Morning, everybody. Welcome to our last Statutory Planning Committee meeting for 2025, the Wednesday, the 10th of December meeting. We welcome you who are joining us in person today, as well as those joining us online. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be available via YouTube and the Commission's website. Members may refer to technical devices such as laptops throughout the meeting to assist them in considering the information before them and taking notes to assist them with deliberations. In opening the meeting, I acknowledge that we're meeting on the lands of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation and pay our respects to elders past and present. In terms of apologies, today we have Commissioner Brooks as an apology. All other members are here today attending in person. Members, are there any requests for leave of absence? Thank you very much. Actually, I haven't put my request through, have I, Sam? No, I should do that now. I'm requesting leave from the 28th of December to the 19th of January, and I have discussed with the Deputy Chair any coverage for meetings, though we are not having any formal meetings of the WAPC or committees during that time. Thank you very much. So we'll move on to disclosures of interest. The first we have is on item 3.2, the Part 11B development application for the proposed shopping centre at James Street Row Avenue in Pinjarra. Commissioner Heron has declared actual impartiality interest in that Commissioner Heron advised he is a former employee of Urbis and the application was lodged by Urbis. He was not involved in the application, however, it was made while he was still employed by Urbis and he did act for Fabcot on other matters. So, Commissioner Heron, I understand you're stepping out on that item. On the same item, Commissioner Adair has declared an actual impartiality interest in that Commissioner Adair advised that she has a family member who works at Levin in the planning and environmental team, and Levin has provided legal advice to them. So, I understand you're stepping out on this item. Thank you. And Member Franklin on the same item has declared an indirect pecuniary interest in that Member Franklin advised she is the principal planner for Franklin Planning. She has provided sub-consultant planning services to Haim Charlie in their urban development portfolio. The Haim Charlie Town Centre and Retail portfolio has been contracted by the proponent to provide architectural design services. And therefore, as well, she has not been directly involved in this project, nor has she does believe that she should step out on this item. Thank you. That's correct, isn't it, Member Preston? Thank you. On item 3.3, the Part 11B for the commercial development in Woodvale, Commissioner Heron has declared a perceived impartiality interest in that Commissioner Heron advised that he was former employee of Urbis. Urbis has acted for Fabcot on the Woodvale Shopping Centre redevelopment. However, I understand you have had no, Urbis and yourself have had no involvement in this development application. On that basis, members, I would be happy to accept that as a perceived impartiality interest if all members are comfortable with that. Member Moore?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. On the same, on the same item, Paola De Perna, who is the Director of the Significant Development Assessment Unit, has declared an interest in that she has a pecuniary interest in the matter and advises that she will not be present for any discussion or presentations on this matter and has not had any role to play in the assessment of this matter. So there will be other officers attending on that item. So that is for our noting, given that Paola De Perna is not a member of the committee. Members, are there any other declarations of interest? Disclose the representation on any items? No. Thank you very much. Can all members please indicate that they have received and considered the agenda ahead of today's meeting? Thank you all. And we now move to deal with the confirmation of previous minutes of Wednesday, the 19th of November 2025. Members, any matters to raise arising from the minutes? Right, happy to move and second. Moved by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Knight. Any dissent? Thank you, they are carried. Now, I just want to advise that we have had to restructure the meeting today to make best use of time. It is a very busy agenda with a number of items today. So the way that we're going to proceed is to deal with items 3.4 through to 3.9 first. They are the statutory instruments and land use planning matters. We will then move on to deal with significant developments after that. So we're predicting that by around 11 to 11:30 p.m. we will be dealing with AM. Did I say PM?
Don't make it
Well, I did say it was going to be a long meeting, but let's just hope it doesn't come to that. So thank you, Deputy. So that we'll be dealing with the items 3.1 and 3.2, and then from 11:45 AM we are predicting that we'll be dealing with item 3.3. That is the item at which we have received the greatest number of submissions, and I'm speaking now about the Woodvale commercial development. We have asked deputies to attend at 11:30, so the earliest possible consideration of that matter would be from 11:30, but it's likely to be more like 11:45 or onwards. So we will try to keep people joining us on the live stream updated as to where we're at as we progress through the meeting. So that now takes us to our first round of deputations on items 3.4 through to 3.9, and I will hand over to Sam. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to everyone that's present. In order to make a deputation on the items the Chair's indicated either in person or via Zoom this morning, you will be invited to join the table or to be promoted to a panellist via Zoom to deliver your deputation this morning. You have been advised of your allocated time, which will be managed by a timer which will appear on the screen. If you do have a PowerPoint presentation, this will be displayed on the screen throughout your deputation this morning, and you're requested to advise if you wish to advance the slides. So moving to the first deputation on the agenda this morning, which is at item 3.4, where the precinct structure plan for the Claremont Town Centre. We're welcoming David Binnicom. David, if you'd like to join us at the table there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I did go into retirement, but I'm sort of back.
Welcome back.
So yes, I've been working on a few projects, and this is one of my passionate ones that I left at the end of last year. So I've got called in to review what's been happening and how it got modified. And look, I won't go through my submission. It's a very, very short one. You probably all read it. We are totally in support of proposed amendments, modifications to our amendment to the structure plan, which was essentially called upon by the Commission when the structure plan was adopted last year, or early last year, I think it was. So, yeah, look, we support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, David. That may be the shortest deputation of the day. We'll
make it
go. Open to questions from members. Members, any questions of David? David, probably just one from me then. I just wanted to ask you about the establishment of a design review panel, given that this is going to be linked to design outcomes. I have been informed by our officers that you could rely on another local government's design review panel in the meantime, but I'm interested to know when that might be established.
Our town planning scheme does have provision in for a design review panel. We've never had the need for one. I'm not involved in that end of the business at the moment, but there is normally budget allocation, or have been budget allocations for a design review panel to be instigated at any point along the timeline that I was there for 13 years. And we never felt the need for it. If there is a need, there's budget for it.
So is it the case that you will require a design review panel to verify the design?
Likely. However, if an application is going through this PC procedure, which will be seeking to the structure plan compared to our town planning scheme, they'll go through your procedures, and if there are design review panels involved in them, then you don't need to do that.
Okay, but you could foresee that there would be development assessment panel applications. I just think it's about the town understanding how they're going to receive that design advice.
That can be done.
Okay, thank you, David. Any other questions for David? Thank you very much for your deputation.
The next deputation this morning, which was to be from David Reid, Advisory, has been withdrawn.
That might be the shortest deputation.
Well done, Dave.
Moving on to the following, so on item 3.5, the precinct structure plan for West Leederville, we're welcoming Councillor Ben Mays, Etienne Brits and Luke. Would you like to join us at the table?
Excuse me, Sam. I think they may be outside. From outside here.
Okay. But, sorry. Apologies, the town of Cambridge are joining us. Invitation when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I'm realistic about today's outcome and given the committee's consistent pattern of supporting proposals before it. So rather than simply arguing for a refusal, I want to focus on the broader issues of process integrity, policy alignment, and what is reasonably expected of local governments when we follow the state's planning framework in full. First, under State Planning Policy 4.2, West Leederville is defined as a district centre, intended to deliver predominantly mid-rise redevelopment of around 6 stories within a fine-grained, walkable urban form. So I ask, how does the committee reconcile heights of 12 to 18 stories with the intended scale of a district centre? And if these outcomes are now considered appropriate, does this signal a quiet shift in what district centres are meant to be, especially given the recent approval of 20 stories at Floreat Forum? Second, removing laneways is deeply concerning. Laneways support permeability, access management and walkability, especially where higher density is proposed. So my question is, how can increased height and density be supported while removing the very laneway network needed to make these environments functional and safe? Nothing in policy suggests laneways are outdated. They were included in the town's PSP for a very clear reason. Third, the town has followed every required step: a state-approved local planning strategy, a PSP prepared in direct accordance with that strategy, years of collaboration with the department, and full alignment with SPP 4.2 gazetted in 2023. So I ask, what has changed so significantly in just a few years that the state is now supporting outcomes that depart from its very own endorsed policies? Finally, community consultation is not symbolic. Residents participate because they believe their input matters. But when final decisions consistently override community sentiment, and when this committee maintains an almost perfect approval record, it becomes difficult to explain why communities should invest in a process whose outcomes appear predetermined. So I ask, if community views have little influence, what is the purpose of requiring extensive consultation at all? The planning system used to be based on the idea that community consultation and engagement informed planning frameworks, with the approved plans and strategies effectively becoming a social contract between the state government, the local government, and the community. If this structure plan is approved, communities will expect a clear explanation as to why the contract, that is the local planning strategy, is now effectively worthless. If because of your decision making they cannot be provided with the agreed urban form, your honest explanation is the least that can be expected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councillor Mays. I'm just in response to your comments in relation to perfect approval record. I'd just like to point out that the SPC gives full consideration to all items before it, as evidenced by our deliberations and discussions at the meeting. So that just wanted to respond to that. I'll now open it to questions from members. Any questions? Thank you, Commissioner Herring.
Thank you. Thank you for your deputation. Just wanting to understand, so in terms of the laneway component, I mean, obviously laneways are part of an overall network. Can you explain the linkage that you're suggesting in terms of height and laneway provision?
That's probably for me. I was one of the authors, along with Evan Jones, of the most recent PSP. The linkage between them was to create an incentive system. One of my certainly observations as a DRP member is that if you just give people carte blanche, they'll take and don't give, and you have no leverage over them as to get a better outcome. So putting the laneways in a system where if you give the laneway, you get more, means that you're more likely to get it. The other alternative is you have to put it into a scheme, and you've got all the planning complexities associated with that. What we also did was enable that the land that was going to be under the laneway actually contributed to plot ratio, so you weren't penalised, which is something that City of Stirling does as well. So our view was that was a very fair and reasonable approach, and was a way of securing the best chances of securing those laneways without actually having to sort of go into the scheme and sort of mandate things in the scheme, which is more of a planning complexity.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may, and I appreciate the response. I suppose, and again, I did give particular thought to this because the challenge being around the coordination of delivery in terms of and this is part of the challenge in terms of doing a voluntary site by site as opposed to a coordinated component. Was there an intention? So maybe pull that back. So the intention was very much for it to be on a site-by-site voluntary basis or incentivised as opposed to an activated acquisition, if you like, of those laneways. Is that?
That was the intention, and yes, and that carries some risk associated with it because you get holdouts, but the other side of that coin is that it also encourages amalgamation. Now, a lot of the sites, particularly in the Roslyn Quarter in that West Leadville town centre, are relatively small. There's a couple of big ones, but they are relatively small, and it's difficult to justify development of scale. So you're going to need a degree of amalgamation there. If you can't develop yours without your neighbour developing theirs, then you've created an incentive for the two parties to talk to each other and do a deal. So there's a sort of a hidden mechanism in the secret sauce there.
Thank you. I do have one other query, which was, and I take the point in terms of district centre. I was just wanting to pose a question to whomever is best able to respond, but I'm just wanting to understand, is there an appreciation that a district centre is a classification of retail scale as opposed to urban context? And could it be appreciated that a district centre within quite an urban setting is going to be different to a suburban setting, and whether that is understood and appreciated from the town's perspective?
Through the chair, I suppose broadly, yes, we can appreciate centres are different. I suppose we would bring the discussion back the Deputy Mayor's deputation to the Commission endorsed local planning strategy. So whilst there can be, there's centres and there's centres, and no two centres are identical, the specific planning that's been undertaken for the West Leadville PSP is embedded in the Commission endorsed local planning strategy, and that gives what we think a reasonable indication of intended built form.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that? I think the key thing there is that every centre is different. They all have their unique characters, and this centre has it is quite unique. It is quite a tight, fine grain compared to a lot of the other centres, and warrants a different design solution. I think this centre, more than any others that I've dealt with, demonstrates that a one size fits all solution is not the right answer. You can't just pluck a number and dump it on there. You actually have to tailor something. And we worked very, very hard to tailor this PSP so that it fitted well and transitioned well to its locality and suited the grain and texture of the place.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if this is a question for you, Malcolm, or perhaps Luke, but just picking up on the laneway issue, some of the amendments that the town is seeking have been incorporated into the recommended modifications. Attachment 9 does go through that in some detail. Are there any particular sections of laneway that you feel need to be considered further, and would you like the opportunity to say why?
There are a lot of laneways throughout the whole precinct structure plan, so I haven't got it to hand, so I can't go through them one by one, and it would take me a long time to do that. I think there's kind of a fundamental thing here. I think the easiest thing to say is they're all important, and they all have different jobs to do. Some are utilitarian, some are like sort of residential mews, some are about pedestrian laneways. They have different jobs to do in their particular context. But most importantly, the thing about laneways is that they're there to protect the streets. That if you don't have laneways, you will end up with dire streetscapes. You only have to walk through some of the newer areas of central Melbourne to see what happens when your streetscape is composed entirely of entrances to car parks, to loading docks, to fire.
I think I understand that. I was just asking if there are any specific laneways that you wanted to argue for retention. So the concept of laneways is well understood, but if you haven't had an opportunity to review attachment 9, then perhaps
I would say that the priority would be the ones in the West Legal Town Centre and the Rosalind Precinct Quarter. Those ones,
Rosalind.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Thank you very much for your deputation.
Yep.
Next deputation this morning is also on item 3.5 of the agenda. We're welcoming Lena Yetchman and David Mariana in person this morning. You're expecting Ross Catalano to join you this morning?
He said he's still on a call, but he might join online.
Yeah, so he hasn't appeared online yet. So if he does, I will
Admit him.
admit him.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dear Chair and dear SPC members, thank you for awarding me with a chance to address the committee today. My name is Lena Yetchman from Row Group, and with me I have David from our office. And we are speaking on behalf of Wazo Railway Pty Ltd, the owners of multiple properties within the Rosslyn Quarter along Railway Parade and Rosslyn Street. Please change the slide. So these are the subject properties right there. They're directly adjacent to the West Leederville train station, and the site is located within the core or the heart of the PSP, and it portrays an opportunity in a key location to create a desired, vibrant precinct. And let's look at how the structure plan actually reflects that heart or that core. These are the properties overlaid on the PSP map as advertised. The subject site is located, as I said, within the Rosslyn Quarter, and it was advertised with a permissible height of 18 stories and a plot ratio of 61. Despite the town preferring lower heights and less plot ratio, and laneways traversing the site from west to east and north to south, DPLH has recommended approval of the PSP with the heights and other development controls as was advertised. Moreover, DPLH has determined to exclude the laneways or move them to enable the site to utilize really its full potential and not compromise any design outcomes. Please change the slide. Looking at the subject properties, it is clear that they present a great opportunity for development outcomes as envisaged by the PSP. The landowners have expressed the desire to redevelop and to make use of this opportunity that's before them over a period of multiple years. They've actively engaged with the process and provided comment along the way with the endeavor to create a planning framework in place that enables ambitious but also appropriate outcomes. DPLH's recommendation for the Rosslyn Quarter allows the site to be exactly that, to be redeveloped to a standard and a scale appropriate to a district centre similar to Subiaco or Leederville. We understand that this process has been lengthy, as can be seen by all the work that was put in by DPLH and the town and all stakeholders involved. However, the time it has taken to get to this point has resulted in multiple development cycles to pass. Please change the slide. Accordingly, our client is very happy to see that we are at the point of determination today, and we wish to confirm our support for the officer recommendation to approve the PSP as modified. Thank you very much, and we're here for questions.
Thank you very much, Lena. And David, members, do you have any questions? Thank you very much for your deputation today.
Deputation is on item 3.6 on the agenda, District Structure Plan at Bullsbrook Townside Amendment number 1, and we'll welcome Rebecca Thompson, Mitch Whalen and Stuart Griffiths.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Can we just go to the next slide? We're here to affirm our support for the proposal and the officer's recommendation for approval and to answer any questions you may have. It's been a long 5-year journey to get us to this point, and we're keen to see the planning progress and advance to the next stages of the project. On that basis, we're supportive of the officer's recommendation and proposed schedule of modifications. However, there are a few matters that will need to be sort of addressed and refined through the local structure planning process, which we'll go through. Next slide, please. This proposal is a result of a very collaborative group of landowners, represent about 95% of the amendment area. They work together as the Bullsbrook North landowner group, working together to achieve a sort of a collective and equitable outcomes across the site, and all landowners remain supportive of the proposal. The landowner group is represented here today by Stuart Griffiths of Watson Property Group and Mitch Whalen of Whalen Consulting, the conveners and facilitators of the landowner group. Next slide, please. As you'll be aware, the amendment relates to the northern extent of the district structure plan. The balance is already planned out and progressing. And its intent is to provide a residential zoning over the land, which is not previously realised due to constraints over the site, but these constraints have now been resolved and allowed the planning to progress. Through the landowner group, a land use layout was determined and agreed by all parties as lodged on the right there. Next slide, please. Through the assessment process, that the agencies recognised that there needed to be a realignment of the major east-west road, and also a third school site was required. So this required a review of the school site catchments and modification to the location of the schools, which resulted in a landowner negotiation process to ensure all parties were in agreement. And then a revised plan was prepared through the landowner group to include the addition of school site, but still meeting the landowner objectives. The revised plan also incorporated other modifications that were recommended, including the investigation area along Great Northern Highway, the realignment of the east-west road, and the inclusion of a 3.5 hectare local playing fields adjacent to the central school site. Notwithstanding that plan, the modified plan, DPLH officers have resolved to recommend an alternate school site layout, which has had some flow-on effects in relocation of the commercial centre, which doesn't sort of factor in the left-in on the way home access and things like that. So and now requires a right in-turn access across a busy road. So a few things to be resolved through the local structure planning process. The DPLH plan that's in the agenda report also doesn't identify the 3.5 hectare playing fields that have been noted as being required. So we've indicatively shown that on the slide plan on the right there. So while it is our preference for the landowner proposed plan on the left to be adopted, we don't want to incur any further delays with the process. So we understand that these matters can be addressed through the local structure planning process through refinements to that land use layout. So just wanting to reiterate our support for the amendment being approved as per the officer's recommendations, and really here just to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Rebecca. Members, over to you for any questions. No questions? Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thank you.
The next deputation this morning is on item 3.7 of the agenda, the City of Subiaco Local Plan Scheme Number 5, Local Planning Strategy Report of Review, and we're welcoming Alex Petrovsky via Zoom this morning. Good morning, Alex. Can you?
Everyone can hear us?
We can, thank you. Very loud, in fact, so I'll see if we can adjust that slightly. May I ask who's joining you there this morning, Alex, for the purpose of the committee?
Yeah, no problems. We have Anthony Denham and Jutta Kober.
Thanks very much. Over to you when you're ready to deliver your deputation. Thank you.
Well, hello, committee, our old friend. We've come to present here once again from the strategy vision softly steering.
Alex, sorry, but
implemented.
this is Alex, it's a formal environment, so can I just ask you to please address us formally?
Okay, no problems. My apologies. Well, thank you for having our deputation today.
Thank you.
It was going to be a quick deputation, Chair and Commissioners. Basically, generally supporting the position that the report of review is supported by officers. However, in considering the recommendation that was presented as the officers, we felt that the density and infill dwelling targets that were included in the recommendation didn't align with the findings of the report of review. And we were very proud that the report of review found that the city was on track to meet its dwelling targets under Perth Appeal at 3.5, implemented through a number of measures in our planning scheme and our activity centre plan and local development plans. So we worked with officers at DPLH to come up with a alternate recommendation, really to focus on the implementation of the general principles of State Planning Policy 4.2, and we would support that additional or the changes to that modification, given that when we update our activity centre plan, we would be required in any event to apply the controls of the updated state planning policy or any updated policy of the Commission at that time. So we would support the recommendation to agree with the report of review. However, we would strongly advocate for the modified recommendation to be passed as a resolution of the Planning Commission. Do we have anything else to add? No, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Alex. I just want to check with Ron. Is Ron Miller here?
Yeah.
Ron, do we have a modified recommendation?
Yes, we do. We sent that through to commissions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So Alex, just to be clear, you're speaking to the matter of the additional planning surrounding the Subiaco train station to deliver a further 4,000 parkings. The matter that you're raising?
That's correct. Yeah, we don't feel that was entirely consistent with what the report of review found. We had a very detailed review, so we don't think that's absolutely correct, and we would ask for that recommendation to be removed, and with a general recommendation to be consistent with any updated state planning policy.
Okay, so we have received a modified recommendation from the DPLH officers. Alex, it's come through quite late, so members haven't seen it possibly yet, but when we come to this item, we'll certainly discuss that and take note of the issues that you raise. It's obviously been acknowledged by the officers in some way, given that there is a modified recommendation. Members, do you have any questions of Alex? Thank you very much. We'll certainly deal with that when we come to the item. Thanks for your deputation today.
Thank you.
The next deputation this morning is on item 4.1 on the agenda, Ocean Reef Marina Improvement Scheme number 1, Amendment number 1, and we're welcoming Lex Barnett, James McCallum, Paul Gazzoni and Baz Visram via Zoom this morning. we just stop the share for a second so I can see that they're coming online because there's 4 of them. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Paul. Yes, we can. We'll just wait for your colleagues to all join us. Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Morning.
Have you got me, Lex?
Hi, Lex. We can hear you, but we can't see you. If you do have a go, that would be helpful. There we go, and welcome, Lex. Good morning to you all. We'll bring up your PowerPoint presentation now and invite you to commence your deputation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, good morning to all of the committee and the chair. If you could just go to the first slide, please. Yeah, can we go to the first slide, please? Next slide, sorry. Ocean Reef Marina Improvement Scheme is now just a little over 5 years old, and this is its first amendment, which will, among other things, it will bring it into line with more current state planning frameworks now. The next slide, please. The main driver, though, for the amendment has been the need for some design revision in the residential precinct up the northern end. But we've also taken the opportunity to make some minor adjustments that we've identified as we've been progressing through the detailed design of this rather special project and in consultation with the city and the DTMI. But I'm just going to focus on the key changes this morning, and I'll be happy to take questions on anything else. We can just go to the next slide, please. So as I said, the main driver for the amendment was the need to revise the design of the northern part of the residential precinct after the city advised that they wanted the northern edge road along the breakwater removed. Now, the need for that design review has also given us an opportunity to revisit the public realm approach, which has in itself resulted in a more sensible design that's going to deliver a far better public realm outcome, particularly along the northern edge, along the breakwater, for the benefit of the residents and visitors alike. And you can see some notable changes also to the sub-precinct maps, which are the images on the bottom part of the slide, that reflect some of the changes to built form distribution, but also shows a simplifying of the sub-precinct categories. The detailed design of the northern part of the residential sub-precinct is still a work in progress, and we're still working through some fundamentals with the city. But it is important that the amendment is progressed in the meantime, so that once we've nailed down the design detail, we can proceed immediately to get on with subdivision approval and can deliver lots in the stages 2 and 3 at the earliest possible time. And I would stress that the highly simplified nature of the zoning plan, which is the images on the top of the slide, as you can see, simply locks down the critical road connections and key open space features for the precinct, and that enables the more detailed, localized detail to be able to unfold within that framework. So there's really nothing compelling us to not proceed with the amendment at this stage. So I very much appreciate that and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Lex and team, for joining us today for your deputation. It's Emma Cole talking to you now. I will open to members for any questions. Any questions? Thank you very much for that presentation. It's helpful.
Thank you very much.
Good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that concludes our verbal deputations for the first part of our meeting. And just to note that we have received 3 written deputations. The first 2 are in relation to the Town of Cambridge Precinct Structure Plan for West Leederville, Etienne Britz of the town of Cambridge has provided it's a supplementary detailed written deputation to support the town's deputation. We have a written deputation from Dion White of Hatch in support of the recommendation. Obviously, the town's was against. And in relation to the district structure plan for Bullsbrook town site item 3.6, Cindy and David Robertson residents have provided a written submission in support of the recommendation. So we will now go to deal with the items 3.4 through to 3.9. If you are joining us on the live stream and you didn't hear the front end of the meeting, we are dealing with these items first before we deal with the significant development items. And here, particularly for Woodvale, that item won't be dealt with until at least 11:30 a.m. Deputies have been asked to attend. So the first item that we are considering today is the precinct structure plan for the Claremont Town Centre. And we're joined by Darren Sanderson and Carolyn Varner. Morning, Dale and Carolyn. We heard from David from the town of Claremont today. Pretty supportive of, or very supportive. Is there anything that you wish to add, or are you happy to go straight to questions?
Pretty much happy to go straight to questions. It's supported by the town. The recommendations consistent, well, the proposals consistent with SPC's previous effectively direction, and there's only one submission of objections.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay, could I move to a mover and seconder then, please? Moved by Commissioner Herron, seconded by Member Ball. Any discussion? Any dissent? Thank you, that's carried. Thanks for joining us, Dale and Carolyn. Moving on to item 3.5, the precinct structure plan for West Leederville. We do have Dale joining us again, Ben Hesketh and Tim Richings. On this one, I suggest to unpack. Would you like to respond to the town's deputation today? Particularly interested, they've obviously talked about a range of issues, heights and the laneways, and we did hear that the laneways, whilst the officers have supported additional laneways, there's still some concern, particularly in the Roslyn Quarter. So if you wouldn't mind covering some of those issues, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So there's obviously a long history with this one, but there has been a very detailed assessment of the PSP, and the issues we've heard today around height of roadways have been the focus of that. We've had a number of meetings with the town and its consultants, including the consultant they brought on board specifically to look at the question of laneways. In fact, that involved the town taking the department on a very specific bus tour, which I think in the order of half a day in West Leederville.
Surely that was a walking tour.
It was actually a bus tour.
Okay.
It was, wasn't it? I wasn't there, but it was. But we spent half a day looking at the laneways, the rationale for
that's good.
Exploring them with the town.
Out there.
Yep, absolutely. The laneways are laneways in West Leederville are already there. They're important, certainly desirable, but they're not essential. A lot of district centres function without them, but they're certainly desirable where they can be achieved. So we really just tried to achieve a balance, support as much as we can, but the reality is that some of the laneway proposals were not safe. There were H-shaped laneways that I think we were not comfortable supporting from that points of view. And we had some questions around whether some of them would ever realistically be able to be achieved as well, landowners involved. So you've got a detailed assessment as an attachment to our report. We can probably take more questions on the specific ones if necessary. In relation to the scale of the development, I'd agree with the proposition that this is a union centre, but I'd also agree with the Deputy Chair's observations in relation to a variety of district centres. There's 42 district centres across Perth and Peel identified in State Planning Policy 4.2. They're not the same. 4.2 actually states that district centres with rail stations should be the focus for medium and high density housing. I think statements around 6 stories being a scale of development for district centres probably doesn't apply here. The PSP area includes a district centre, 2 station precincts with stations on 2 different train lines, so very good access from a lot of the city, an activity corridor, and it's a stone's throw from the CBD, and we can already see on the ground there's obviously a demand for commercial space, office space in this centre. The only other point I'd add is that the town's local planning strategy is predicated on maintaining its low density green suburbs and concentrating infill development into centres. And that's what this proposal does.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Heron.
Thank you for that explanation, and I suppose just exploring that a little bit more, because the SPP 4.2, I'm very clear in terms of that distinction. In relation, there was reference made to the local planning strategy, and that there were elements where this is in contradiction to the local planning strategy. Can you just talk us through in terms of what those principles are and the drivers in terms of why that variation would be appropriate?
Sorry, did they variations?
No, that's why I was a bit.
Yeah. But look, there is an inconsistency with respect to height. I think the town's local planning strategy talks about building heights of between 6 to 10 stories in this location.
Okay.
Sorry, 2 to 10 stories. Our view, as we've discussed, is that we're wholly consistent with the principles of that strategy. I think everyone would recognise that a local planning strategy is a fairly high level strategic document, and once you get stuck into the detail of precinct structure planning, there's an ability to depart from that, and we feel that there's sound reasons to do so in this case.
Thank you, through the chair. So just for clarity purposes, there was no variation in terms of elements of principle, but there was an element of detail which was variable based on, and again, I think that's the core thing I'm trying to get to. It's aligned with the strategy in a principal area. There is just an item of detail given its strategic level. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Member Harman.
Just on the issue of height, and it's looking at it in context of what's happening across the road or proposed to happen across the road. Granted, it's outside the area, but the land across the road, what's the height limit there on that Court Place redevelopment? And then I guess more broadly, I think there was a DA approval for the next block over, which is about to start construction.
Yes, I'd have to check our previous report to the SPC, but my recollection is that the building heights in Civ East are circa 20 stories, and that was part of the rationale for us recommending 18 stories previously.
Yeah. Directly across the road.
Members, any further questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your advice today. I will now call for a mover and seconder for the item. Moved by Member Harman, seconded by Commissioner Heron. Wish to speak to the item?
Thank you, through the chair. I would just reiterate the point based on some of the items raised that I consider the plan as now presented as representing a very sound and well-founded proposition, which balances a range of interests. And although I understand and appreciate the value of laneways in urban settings, the voluntary nature and the lack of coordination, I think, was probably going to cause more of a hindrance than a benefit in this particular circumstance. Hence why I was very happy to support the proposal as is presented today.
Thank you. Any further comments? Commissioner Adair?
Thank you, Chair. Been on the DAPS previously and dealt with some of the previous. It's almost a false start for West Leederville. There was a lot of interest in development for West Leederville as an area, but then it fell in a hole. So, and I think a lot of that came down to exactly a land assembly and laneways, also height restrictions, etc. So, whilst I understand and I believe that there is a place for laneways, and that's identified here, where they are appropriate, and particularly as an interface to lower residential areas and this presented, the structure plan is an appropriate outcome, and hopefully we will see West Leederville developed to its full potential.
Any further comments? Look, just very briefly, I think it is important to highlight that, you know, not all district centres have the same elements to them, and this particular district centre is located in extremely close proximity to the city in riding and walking distance. There is a train station, it is on a corridor, and accessible to both Leederville as well as West Leederville train station. So it's in a very good location. I think that really appreciated attachment 9 and the detail in which the officers had gone through each laneway and given that full consideration. I thought that was really valuable. And I can see that you have tried to meet the town in terms of providing additional laneway provisioning. But I did think that that was getting quite intensive in terms of some of the proposals for laneways that had been put forward, and I understand where you've landed and I support that. I do think that this is really important in terms of the urban consolidation principles that we're trying to achieve. And I think, Dale, as you've raised, when we deal with these matters with the town, we do often point to the fact that they are seeking to see the density in their activity centres and not in their garden suburbs, and that this is the result of that approach that they've taken, and this sort of height is appropriate for this location. So I do support the officer's recommendation. Is there any further comments? Any dissent? Thank you, that's carried. Next, we have item 3.6, the district structure plan for the Bullsbrook town site, amendment number 1. And we're joined by Andrew Cook, Mario Carbone and Frank Ness. Thank you for joining us. We've heard the deputation today from the applicant, and they have outlined some of the issues that they would like to see dealt with, but they've also indicated their support and that they'd like to see those issues dealt with through the next stages of planning. But just wanted to open it to you to see if there's anything else you wanted to add in relation to the deputation or your report.
Chair, we acknowledge the deputations. We don't have anything to add in terms of our report. We reiterate what the applicant has already said, that it has been a long journey with this DSP amendment, which is a strategic high-level exercise. We acknowledge that detailed planning can be refined through future planning, including at the local structure plan stage. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Herron.
Thank you. And just wanting to speak to the item that I think we touched on previously in relation to the non-residential components, because there's obviously the two issues at play here being the school sites, as I understand it, and the non-residential component. And I just wanted to get clarification in terms of that section of land in the southwest, in terms of that where that will be dealt with through the local structure planning process, whether the intention is that that retains some non-residential, or whether that is likely to go to a residential outcome.
Thanks. So can we deal firstly, I think we'll deal firstly with the southwest. I don't know if you want to talk, Mario or
perhaps I'll like okay. That's okay. Yeah, sure. So the area you're talking about is in relation to the area along Great Northern Highway, that southwestern portion. So there's 3 lots in that corner which are proposed to be subject to future investigation. So the Department of Defence had concerns about proximity to the RAF airbase. So it was agreed with the applicant that that area would be put aside for future investigation, and that there need to be future work done in relation to determining what land uses are appropriate in that location, whether that's some sort of commercial type uses or alternative is still to be determined. So that area is subject to future investigation at this
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wanting to be, and again, I understand that the noise buffer component and RAF component, I'm also mindful in terms of obviously ensuring local employment opportunities and things like that. So other than the investigation will involve obviously the RAF limitations component, that broader issue around local employment be incorporated as part of those investigations.
Chair, that those matters can be considered, but also there's quite significant other industrial land proposed and approved through already zoned land in Gulshaw, industrial land along Stock Road, and there's future areas proposed along Northink as well. So those matters will be considered at the stage, but I guess one of the priorities is the RAF air base, protecting that area if need be, but that's subject to future investigation.
Thank you.
Any further questions, members? If I could then have a mover and seconder for the item. Moved by Commissioner Adair, seconded by Member Knight. Do you wish to speak to it, Commissioner Adair? No? Any comments? Yeah, look, just a comment for the record. Thank you for the thorough assessment. One of the things I did want to note is that the modification to note the need to resolve water and sewage servicing prior to rezoning and local structure planning. So note that's there. I note that the school issue is still ongoing, but that you've managed to be clear that 3 schools are needed. And bushfire modifications. And in terms of the potential service commercial, I understand the issues raised. I think that future investigation area is important to work through that. So thank you for the report. I'm happy to endorse the recommendation. Any further comments? Any dissent? Thank you, that's carried. We are now moving to item 3.7, number 5, and local planning strategy report of review. We have been informed that there is an alternate recommendation, so I will ask Sam if she can put that up on the screen, and I will ask Christine, Mick and Jaron to talk us through this alternate. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Firstly, we'd like to apologise for the delay in circulating the alternative position sheet. There is a good reason for that. The reason is that we were liaising with the City of Subiaco just to get the wording right. So we have refined and agreed to the wording that we're presenting today. In short, it's really just some minor modifications. What we've done is we've separated out the advice in terms of the SPC decision and then the advice that comes later. So you'll see that they're in accordance with Reg 67, and then a separate part, which is the advice to the city. That's just to really reflect in the regulations we are either agreeing or disagreeing with the report of review. So that's just distinguishing between the two. If we just scroll down a little bit more, keep going. There's some additional advice there included as well. This is in relation to SPP 4.2 dwelling targets. I might just take an opportunity now to talk to that matter. So in the report, it talks about an additional 4,000 dwellings. That's a very high level initial assessment in accordance with SPP 4.2 that's been updated. We've spoken with the city, and the understanding between Deeple Edge and the city is 4,000 dwellings is the starting point. It's subject to refinement through detailed planning, looking at WA dwellings, also looking at what's within Subiaco, that centre catchment, part of it's within Cambridge. And so the likely outcome may be that it is less than the 4,000, but confirming we're all on the same page in terms of that statement and the recommendation today.
Questions, members? Or do you want to just take a bit more time to absorb that? Perhaps we can. Is it, everyone had an opportunity, or you need a bit more time?
If I may, through the chair.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to, so the recommendation as per the report will remain. It's just the additional advice note to place context to that. Is that fine?
Pretty much. The one other thing to note is in the, if we just scroll up to the top, the reference to SP, sorry, a little bit further down. It's 3A. We've just refined the wording there, so it's a bit more broad and general in nature.
Oh, okay.
And objectives of SPP 4.2 rather than, referencing the 4,000 and the catchment.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it. Any questions other than on the motion, or you can still continue to ask questions on the motion if you wish as well. Member Franklin?
Yes, through the chair, and when referencing the additional information at the bottom, so is there confidence that, I mean, this is of the planning framework as now, there's nothing that can be inferred from that advice that it is binding on the commission at a later point?
No, that's the way that we've worded in that way, that it's very clear that's additional advice. I guess the other very important point to make is that they have demonstrated that they meet and exceed the dwelling targets under the frameworks. They've got obviously an endorsed strategy report of review that confirms that. So as part of the review of the Subiaco ACP, they'll simply look at the updated SPP 4.2.
And the current planning framework?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Any other questions? Right, can I then seek a mover and seconder for the alternate recommendation? That's moved by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Moore. Is there any discussion?
Just to, through the chair, well, thank the officers for their work, but I do think it's also appropriate to commend the City of Subiaco, again, in terms of being progressive and actively engaging in dealing with the challenges that are moving towards a more urban and infill oriented focus. So I do think that the foundations were great, and I think that the work done by the department to round that out has been entirely appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we should recognise the meeting of the minimum density targets. That is a really good outcome. So congratulations to the City of Subi, and we look forward to working with them on their activity centre planning. Anything further, members? Member Adair? Sorry, Commissioner Adair?
I just wanted to say thank you, and I think it's very pleasing to read a report like this where the work has been done on the review, and it's an acknowledgement that not everything's perfect, but some of it is okay, and then we'll progress with the other parts. So I think the work you're doing with the local authority is very good, and I do commend the City of Subiaco for the work it's undertaken on this.
Other comments? No? Any dissent? Thank you very much. The alternate recommendation is carried. Well, that's a popular vote. Okay, moving on to item 3.8, City of Fremantle Local Planning Scheme number 4 and Local Planning Strategy Report of Review. We are joined again by Christine and Mac, and we're joined by Fabian. Welcome, Fabian. Any questions on, I'm assuming you don't have anything further to add this one. Any questions? Questions?
That's an easy.
Oh, it's an easy one, yes. Then I'll just go straight to seeking a mover. Moved by Commissioner Adair, seconded by Member Franklin. Any discussion? Any dissent? Thank you, that is carried. Thanks for your time. And then item 3.9, lifting of urban deferment for Leslie Street, Southern River. Christine Collins, Anthony Mascara and Oscar Thompson are joining us. Like to make any comments?
Just a comment to note, Chair, is that there's been the progressive lifting of urban deferment of this precinct over a number of years, and this is another component of that that's being requested to be. We've also got a local structure plan and a subdivision that's awaiting this as well.
Thank you. Members, questions? No questions on this item? Double checking. Okay, can I have a mover and seconder then, please? Moved by Commissioner Heron, seconded by Member Harmon. Any discussion? No. I think that it's a good outcome. We've got, as you say, we've got a We've got a local structure plan and a subdivision application waiting in the wings. So hopefully this means that we will see some housing outcomes soon. And good to see that the City of Gosnells is supporting that concurrent amendment, with the exception of the community purpose piece of land. So I think that's a good outcome. Well done, team. Thank you.
Sorry, I did actually have an adjunct question. Is Annie's Garden, I think, is out this way from memory. I've got PTSD from my time at Gosnells dealing with this area, but because in terms of is that within this precinct or is that in the adjoining?
I think it's nearby. It's not within this precinct though. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? Any dissent? Thank you, that's carried. All right, members, just checking in. We've been going for an hour and 7. Happy to continue through to the next part of the meeting. Okay, thank you very much. So the next part of our meeting, we will be dealing with items 3.1 and 3.2. So that is the 2 significant development applications of the 3. The Part 11B for the battery energy storage system in Ravenswood, and the centre in Pinjarra Road. So we will be taking deputation of these 2 items first and then determining the items, and then we will move to item 3.3, which we are not anticipating to be at until 11:30, given that we have asked deputies to come in for the Woodvale commercial development at 11:30. So sorry members, I keep repeating myself, but just for anyone joining us on the live stream that might be wondering where we're at in terms of our meeting, given that we have had to restructure today's agenda items.
Welcome everyone that is present in order to make a deputation to the Statutory Planning Committee on items 3.1 and 3.2. Will either be promoted to a panelist with your deputation via Zoom this morning, or requested to join us at the table. You've been invited to be on any time, which will be managed, which will appear on the screen and count down. If you do have a PowerPoint presentation this morning, this will be displayed on the screen at your presentation, and you request advisors you wish to advance the slides. In this group this morning on item 3.1, which is the Part 11B development application for the battery energy storage system at lot 9000 and lot 13 at Patterson Road, Ravenswood. We're welcoming Fraser Woodley via Zoom this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fraser Woodley here, project manager from Tag Energy. No deputation from me, but available for any questions the panel may have.
All right, questions, members. The battery energy storage system. Go ahead, Commissioner Herring.
Thank you very much. Just one question, which is in relation to the proximity to the power distribution centre. There's obviously, you've placed a gap between where the battery storage is going versus the substation. Thank you. The word had lost me. I just want to understand what the drivers were for that and what the considerations were in your placement.
Yes, so in general, for battery projects like this, where all developers are looking for land as close to the substations as possible. In this case, lot 13 was a bit kind of narrow on the east-west for what we needed, bearing in mind the need to maintain a 40-metre buffer to the creek. So we went for, or explored the option of lot 9000 just for size reasons, really.
Thank you.
Members, other questions? No questions. Fraser, thank you very much for joining us and offering to take our questions. You have had the one from us today, but we appreciate you being here.
Thanks very much.
Moving to the next deputations on the agenda this morning, which are on item 3.2, which is the Part 11B.
We have a few people stepping out on this one.
Yeah, development application for the Pro Shopping Centre at 48 and 52 James Street, Hall Road Avenue, and part of Lot 5001 Pinjarra Road, Pinjarra. We're welcoming Dane Gaunt and Zach.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect, thanks, Dane.
Good.
Yep.
Just go next slide, thank you.
Are you expecting Zach?
Zach's just here.
Okay, no worries, thank you.
Morning, my name is Dane Gaunt, Planning Lead Southwest at Rise Urban. I represent Colorado Properties, Mount Ross and Stroud Street, local landowners who have invested in the Pinjarra Town Centre over multiple generations. I want to speak to three things: why approval would be inconsistent with the Planning and Development Act as applied here, why it would undermine a compliant alternative already in the system, and why it would repeat mistakes other centres have made. The officer recommendation depends on a logical impossibility. It uses the draft Pinjarra planning framework to say the site is inside the activity centre, so SPP 4.2 strict impact requirements do not apply, but then gives that same framework limited weight when it comes to land use controls which prohibit this supermarket. You cannot have it both ways. Either the draft framework applies, in which case the use is prohibited and approval must be refused, or it does not apply, in which case the site is effectively outside the centre. SPP 4.2 applies in full and the impact on Pinjarra Junction is unacceptable. This is not a marginal issue. It's the foundation of the whole recommendation and it is incoherent. On 4 September 2025, an application was lodged for a supermarket at George Street and Murray Street inside the town centre core. It is compliant with the existing and emerging planning scheme and delivers the same retail choice the proponent says Pinjarra needs, a second supermarket. LPS 4 is from 1989, so section 171R1B is enlivened. That is a threshold to consider Part 11B. It is not in by itself a reason to depart from the framework. Whether discretion should be exercised still turns on whether the planning framework is failing and whether orderly and proper planning under section 171R2 would be served by suspension. Here the framework is not failing. The proposed amendment 322 says the same thing about this location as LPS 4. SPP 4.2, current state policy, says the same thing again. Large supermarkets belong in the activity centre core, not on the fringe. Aldi proves that the principle can be delivered through the ordinary system. So the question is not, does Pinjarra need a second supermarket? The answer is clearly yes. The question is, why approve a non-compliant supermarket on the fringe ahead of a compliant supermarket in the core? Just go next slides, please. Supermarket and specialty shops are in separate buildings. Once substantial commencement is achieved through the supermarket and for the supermarket and the car park, there is no requirement to build the specialty shops. We've seen this in other centres. Anchor is built, the pads stay empty, and the promised activation never materialises. Pinjarra risks being left with a box in a paddock, car orientated and isolated instead of a vibrant heart of the framework which seeks. So you can kind of click to the next slides. Ellenbrook, next one. Carambine, next one. Banksia Grove, all great examples of where this exact thing has occurred. So the choice for you today is section 171R2 requires due regard be given to orderly and proper planning. So the choice is option 1, use Part 11B to bypass the emerging planning framework the Shire has just invested in, override it before it's even gazetted, undermine the compliant alternative, accept the Ellenbrook Banksia Grove risk, repeat the past mistakes, and apply Part 11B where the framework is inconvenient rather than where there is a genuine failure. Option 2, use Part 11B only as it was intended in genuinely exceptional circumstances where the ordinary system is failing and there is no other pathway. Refuse the application, let the compliant supermarket proceed within the framework, show that the planning system works fairly and that extraordinary powers are reserved for genuine failures, not routine inconvenience. Orderly and proper planning requires option 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dane. Members, any questions of Dane? Any questions? Thank you very much.
Next deputation on item 3.2 is from Greg Delahunt, joining us in person, and Alan Smith, us online.
Thank you. My name is Greg Delahunty and I'm representing the Shire of Murray. I'm asking the committee a simple question today. You back the vision for Pinjarra that's been worked on for 10 years with the community. You're going to set it aside for an opportunistic proposal that's going to fundamentally require redesign of the Pinjarra Town Centre. The decision that's made today will have implications for generations to come, and significant risks clearly outweigh any perceived benefits. Can you advance the slides, please? Pinjarra is a special place. It's a country town, a regional town that has evolved over centuries. It is anchored by the George Street Main Street, and it is growing. It's a secondary centre. However, the evidence demonstrates that the Shire's planning can still be finalised before the retail demand and population exists for a second supermarket. And I will demonstrate today why approving this development is inconsistent with the principles of orderly and proper planning and will have a devastating impact on the local amenity of the people who live next door, as well as the amenity of the Pinjarra Town Centre. Next slide. Next slide. This proposal is a fundamental land use conflict. It is a prohibited use within a residential zone. The strategic framework requires large shops to be located within the town centre core. This is a deliberate initiative of the planning framework that reinforces the Pinjarra CBD, which is an objective of the scheme. There's been no rationale provided today for why this should be set aside and approval should be issued. The deputation before me clearly demonstrates that the existing planning framework is working with the ability to provide additional retail choice in Pinjarra that meets the locational criteria of the planning framework. Next slide. The emerging planning framework has been developed to recognise Pinjarra's status as a secondary centre. It takes a logical approach to structuring the town with a town centre core supported by a mixed-use frame. A shop large is prohibited within the mixed-use frame, where the objective is to deliver residential development that complements and supports the town centre core, not competes with it. The precinct structure plan that supports the framework also has significant design and built form requirements that this development does not meet. Yet the officer report indicates that only limited weight should be given to the emerging planning framework. Next slide, please. The weight given to seriously entertained planning proposals has been deliberated in SAC cases, and they're outlined in front of you. It clearly applies to this application. It has significant land use and built form requirements that this application does not address. It is based on sound town planning principles. It is consistent with state planning policy and is independently being reviewed by the panel. Is it certain and imminent? Well, I've been advised by DPLH officers that the amendment was due to be considered today by SPC, but got moved to next month's meeting because of the size of the agenda. And I've seen the draft schedule of modifications, and there are no changes proposed to the land use permissibility or zoning requirements of the amendment. So yes, I consider that it is substantially resolved and it is imminent. So significant weight should be afforded to that planning framework. Next slide. The design of this development is completely inappropriate. It is a suburban single-story built form set back behind a sea of car parking. The built form provided to Pinjarra Road will be accessed from the internal car park if it is ever delivered at all. The site has 3 street frontages. None of them are sufficiently activated. And most importantly, it delivers an industrial interface to James Street, which is a quiet residential street with large blank walls, screen walls, and service vehicle access. Next slide. The State Design Review Panel do not support this proposal. They have a fundamental problem with the spatial arrangements of the building on the site. They have concluded that this design does not recognize the site as a gateway location to a regional town. Now, I've seen this committee approve many developments through this pathway that vary local planning schemes, and almost all situations design excellence has been achieved. Granted, some of those approvals have been in the likes of West Perth and Claremont and Cottesloe. Does Pinjarra not deserve design excellence as well? Next slide. This proposal will introduce large format commercial retail with an intensity of activity and noise and vehicular traffic next to low density residential and rural zone properties. When considering amenity impacts, amenity must be considered within its context. And given the age of those properties on Carey Street and the underlying rural zoning for the properties on James Street, there is no likelihood that that will change within the coming decades. The current planning framework and the proposed planning framework seeks to manage those amenity impacts by limiting the scale of commercial land uses that can be proposed on this site. The noise report that has been provided in support of this development misses key criteria. It does not model car door slamming, which is significant considering that staff car parking is located by the side of the building next to those properties on Carey Street. In any case, if technical compliance with the noise regulations is achieved, that is just the starting point for an amenity impact. This is a quiet residential area that cannot be expected to deal with the large intensity commercial activity that this development will deliver. This proposal has unresolved traffic safety issues that cannot be left up to a conditional approval. The intersection of James Street, of Rowe Avenue and Pinjarra Road is extremely important as it acts as a gateway to the Pinjarra Primary School. The concept roundabout that's been provided by the applicant has not been supported by Main Roads and the Shire, and as it does not allow as-of-right vehicles to traverse the roundabout. Leaving this significant element up to a conditional planning approval may not meet the tests of a valid planning condition, and it is not certain from what the intersection treatment is going to be and who is going to deliver it. In all likelihood, additional land is going to be required on the other side of Rowe Avenue to facilitate whatever intersection treatment is needed. The Shire and Main Roads have highlighted significant concerns with the sightlines issues from the direct-to-boot exit onto Rowe Avenue. This is compounded by the fact James Street will be extended under the Pinjarra planning framework as a second access point into town. The proposal delivers commercial vehicular activity onto Carey Street as outlined in the officer's report. This is an unacceptable amenity impact for a quiet residential street. Next slide. The committee today has the ability to vary the local planning scheme, but it must be satisfied that the principles of orderly and proper planning are upheld and that local amenity will be preserved. What is orderly and proper planning? It is the consistent application of planning framework. It is the methodical consideration of all relevant issues to an application. I've outlined today that this proposal is inconsistent with the existing planning framework. It's inconsistent with the emerging planning framework. It has a design that is inappropriate for its site and not supported by the design review panel. It will result in significant traffic safety issues that have been unresolved, and it will deliver unacceptable amenity impacts to the existing proximate resident community, as well as the broader Pinjarra town, which will have to be reshaped in response to this proposal. In conclusion, extraordinary discretion requires extraordinary justification. This proposal does not come close. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Greg. Members, questions? Go ahead, Member Harmon.
A couple of quick ones. What other options are there for the town of Pinjarra? I know the comments were made around a second supermarket, i.e. the Aldi unit was referred to earlier. But for a second full line supermarket within Pinjarra all surrounds, what other options? Are there any other options?
Yes. We've got 19 hectares of land identified within the centre zone in our precinct structure plan, which I hope you've read the written submissions that are provided. It compared it against other secondary centres. So our planning framework is robust and it can deliver on the long-term needs of the community.
Zoned land, but the size of the land parcel, is it unfragmented, if that's a word, or is it sort of broken
Town
up?
centres are going to be fragmented. I suppose that's the difficulty of working within a brownfield setting. But Woolworths have demonstrated that when there's a commercial imperative, they can assemble land. They've done it on the edge of town for this proposal. The existing Pinjarra Junction shopping centre, that was fragmented land at one point. But when the commercial imperative exists, land will be assembled and the planning framework can deliver.
And I guess just a secondary question to that. From a land use point of view, noting that it's an X use on part of the site, would the Shire have a different view if it were oriented east-west on the town centre zone land? And it's hypothetical, but in the absence of the service station that's been built, if it were going the other way, would the Shire have a different view?
That is a different proposal that we've not been asked to consider. We have asked consistently throughout this process that if the application was going to be approved, to restructure the buildings on the site. It would be a better outcome, undoubtedly, but it would still be inconsistent with the underlying objectives of the planning framework, which is to contain activity within the core.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Just a couple of questions, Greg. So you mentioned the zoning is in residential, but you accept that a part of it is in the town centre zoning. It's on the peripheral. I mean, you talked residential, but a part of it is residential, what part of it is on the town centre?
The shops on fronting Pinjarra Road are within the town centre zone currently. The large bulk portion of the application is within the residential zone.
And following on from Member Harmon's question, so I read all the public submissions and there's a strong community support for it because of the amenity it will provide. And So I just, my question is regarding the amenity that this provides. You accept that the amenity that would be provided would be beneficial. I understand your view on the planning and the location, but that the amenity is required and is needed for the community.
As a planner, we're tasked with thinking about the broader public interest. Undoubtedly, people want additional retail choice. The Shire supports additional retail choice. The planning framework can deliver that. We've got to think about the broader public interest and what the impacts are. Weigh up the benefits and the perceived benefits and the significant risks to a historic country town.
Greg, just to be clear, is one of your primary concerns in terms of the low density residential, the residents on Rowe Avenue? Is that where the greatest conflict presents?
No, it's Carey Street, which directly abuts the site, where those low density residential that are recently constructed, they will not change for decades to come. And most importantly, there's rural zone land on the opposite side of James Street, which is located within the floodway of the Murray River. So there is no development potential on those properties. They will remain zoned rural. They're rural in the Peel Region scheme. So it is unreasonable to introduce this level of activity adjacent to rural zones.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? No, thank you very much for your deputation.
Next deputation this morning, also on item 3.2, we're welcoming Chris Nolan, Cameron Lebgott, Alicia Jones, Tom Keane, Craig Wallace, Mason Harrison, Ryan Adine and Sam Laybutt here in person, and we do have Greg Mellenprey on Zoom this morning.
Thanks very much, panel members. Mason's going to start us off, and we'll go second, and I'll finish things for about 9 minutes.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much.
We'll just get you taken up. Thank you.
Good morning, panel members. There's a number of slides in this. It's mostly there to facilitate any questions for that. So I'll just be asking you to flick through quite quickly as I just talk high level to the design and the design intent of this building and what drove the outcome that we think is very appropriate to the site. So essentially, if you were to flick through, we are delivering as we're saying, a convenient local amenity to the community of Pinjarra with this development. If we flick through the slides, where you will see that this development is located on one of the two main established connectors into the town. You obviously have the Southwestern Highway, George Street, and Pinjarra Road. If we go through the slides, you can probably flick slowly through the next 3 or 4 slides. But these two connectors, when we were doing our review of the Pinjarra, they've got a very distinct architectural character to them. You have the real heritage precinct down the Main Street, George Street type precinct, where you do have a number of heritage buildings and heritage look buildings fronting the street on that main connector through Southwestern Highway. But the Pinjarra Road has also got its own distinct character. If we were to flick through the next 2 or 3 slides, please, you see it's got of varying eras and what have you, as Pinjarra has developed, but there's also a really strong landscape presence on the site. You can stop there for now. And we felt that was really good to, just carry through that character that we have, where you have the George Street character as you enter from Southwestern Highway, and the Pinjarra character, which is, we have buildings of heritage from the library civic building with the sandstone-y type tones, and you move toward George Street, you get to that red brick type tone. So we wanted to have that pavilion characteristic, the nice low set built form on the street, and landscape gateway. So when we're talking with the DRP, if you go to the next slide, go through to the next slide. And again, so you can probably go through 4 or 5. So you can see the streetscapes, which we're talking about as you go down Pinjarra Road and then you hit George Street. So if you go to the next slide, please. Yep, and we'll go all the way through to our landscape plan. Yeah, and so when we were originally speaking to this site, we were really thinking about how we can get good presence on Pinjarra Road, provide a great amenity for the community, which is easily accessible, and safe environment, lots of passive security going inside, acknowledging that we want to strengthen pedestrian connectivity through keeping people on clear walkways away from vehicle movements, and then also the positioning of the building, which was brought up. We were very cognizant of the fact that there's going to be a lot of activity in the car park and the shopping, so that is facing Pinjarra Road, and then we've got a more passive frontage towards the residential area at the back. If we go through to the next slide, and the next slide again. So when we're talking to the DRP, originally we were looking at these landscape connections through and around the development. We started off with a main community space on the Pinjarra Road Row Avenue corner, which was to be like a joint architectural landscape gateway feature statement to the development. We still have that, but through coordination with the SDRP, we actually brought in a more formal community space in between the building on Pinjarra Road, where we separated the building and put a really distinct designated walkway or tree line, what have you, from the street to the development. And it gives, as you see from the perspective, quite really nice scale. And so you got a bit of depth. You got a building that sits on Pinjarra Road, a break, and you can see the building behind. So it's reflecting the character of the Pinjarra Road frontage as it is today. If you go to the next slide. You can keep going through. So there's a number of slides. We just threw them in there for any questions. And you can see some of the texture, a lot of trees being proposed, and there's a lot of community engagement as well, including a yarning session with the local Aboriginal community to get some feedback on what they were looking for. And there was a discussion about the amenity, the connection to space, people being able to walk through the environment and feel comfortable. And we got great feedback, not just from the yarning sessions, but also from our community engagement with the local residents in the town as well. If you go through to the next slide. So yeah, we've worked through with the DRP regarding materials, planting, and then opportunity for art and telling stories within the artwork, which will be developed as we progress the design further. And if you go through, I think we'll just go through to, and you can see in terms of built form and scale, we believe it is appropriate to the context with which it's in. The Pinjarra Road frontage, we believe is good and appropriate to the street. And there you go. And I think, from there on, it's just the perspectives of the development. And happy to move on.
I'll speak briefly about the traffic components of the application. First of all, this application's been subject of a very extensive and robust transport assessment. The assessment has concluded that the surrounding transport network can accommodate the development with appropriate modifications as outlined in the TIA. The TIA includes major improvements to Rowe Avenue and James Street. It demonstrates how the extension of James Street can be integrated with the proposed upgrades. The development also makes use of a crossover on Pinjarra Road that was constructed less than 5 years ago for the express purpose of providing access to a retail development on this land. The key feature, of course, is the Pinjarra Road and Rowe Avenue intersection. A roundabout has been planned infrastructure at this location for many years. The 2017 DAP agenda for the existing approval on this site notes that a roundabout is to be proposed to be constructed by the Shire in the future. The Shire has included it in its advocacy and action plans. It's included it in its Pinjarra planning framework, and a roundabout has been included in the transport assessment for this DA. I think all stakeholders are clear that there is a solution for that intersection. The only question is the detailed design, and we think that is something that would be best resolved post-approval. The roundabout concept included in the TIA is based on a roundabout 2 blocks down the road that was constructed 2 years ago by Main Roads. So it is clear that it caters for B doubles on Pinjarra Road and for as of right vehicles on Rowe Avenue. But its main purpose was to demonstrate that there is a technically compliant solution that can be installed without additional land. I think the officer's report sums it up best when it says there is not an agreed position on certain technical aspects, but the best approach is for the Commission to manage the clearance of conditions with technical advice to be provided by the Shire and the Main Roads.
Finish up. I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm not going to get through everything I wanted to get through, but a couple of key bits of context. We undertook our own community engagement exercise where we were welcomed with open arms by the community. I can say from experience that doesn't always happen. Ultimately, the formal engagement process resulted in 83% support for this application. The people at Pinjarra want this to happen and they like the location. As Mace mentioned, we also undertook an Indigenous engagement workshop where the Woolies team, the consultant team, learnt a lot about the recent, not so recent Indigenous history for Pinjarra, which, as you probably be across, it's pretty brutal. That will continue to afford design opportunities to the project and has already, but meaningfully, I think, will also result in some local Indigenous employment opportunities. From a design perspective, there's been a lot of back and forth, mainly around the orientation. There's been some questioning around that previously. We don't agree with bringing the bulk and scale and mass to Pinjarra Road. We think these pavilion-style buildings coming to Pinjarra Road is consistent with Pinjarra and its context and character, and will still allow for that appropriate arrival and sense of arrival. Noting Pinjarra Road now with the progression of Forest Highway is the main entry into Pinjarra, not South West Highway. I'm not going to delve into too much detail around 171 and the ability to play within this space, albeit to say that we agree with the officer recommendation. There is an outdated planning framework. I note the Shire's ability to rapidly respond to this application through a variety of planning instruments. My key message is that this is a secondary centre. This isn't what they're planning for mine is like a large neighbourhood centre. This is a secondary centre. Think about Alkimos, think about Puragoon, think about Karana. I know it's hard to envisage in this kind of environment. It's a brownfield environment, but this is a large centre that will ultimately serve a large catchment. And I don't believe the framework that has been rapidly progressed should be afforded considerable weight in today's proceedings. In the context of orderly and proper planning, a retail offering such as this 380 metres from the current core of the town centre on the main drag is planning appropriate for mine. Whilst it might be fringe now, again, as a secondary centre, I don't believe it'll be fringe in the future. It's not an out-of-centre development, and in our experience, this should have a positive flow-on effect for investment in retail assets within the core, which is, I'll be honest, from what the committee is saying, what people are crying out for. We've gone over, we had some modifications around some of the conditions proposed, 25C being the most consequential, the others are operational, but we're happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your deputation today. We will now go to questions and probably pick up on some of the deputations that you heard before you as well. Members, I'll open it for questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, through the chair. Just get some clarity because there were some passionate perspectives on orderly planning and the outside of the town centre. I know you've touched on it, but I was just wondering if there's a legal. I see you have a lawyer here. There is a legal perspective or your perspective on that, seeing that this is just 380 metres away from what is the town centre.
Thank you for the question, and it's a good one. Proper and orderly planning is something that's been agitated at the courts for a long period of time, and just when we thought we had some landing on what it actually means, there's always an interpretation that avails itself. That said, I can say that the whole notion of proper and orderly planning invites discretion. It's about discretion. The whole notion of it being methodical, logical, and appropriate probably delves back to how you do planning. But when you look at the context of this particular matter, I think there's clearly a time frame or a context that's relevant. You haven't just rolled it today with an application and dropped it on the table. This has been ongoing for several months and over almost 2 years, close to 18 months, close to 2 years. So in the context of that, it's important to understand that when the application was lodged, this was an outdated planning scheme and quite appropriate to consider engaging the discretion in 171R. That's logical, that's methodical. What we've got in front of us is a scheme amendment process that seems to suggest that everything we're proposing is not logical, it's not methodical, but that all happens post. totally agree that in the ordinary sense, that's what you would look at. You'd look at that the ordinary process that planners take in order to envisage land uses for parcels of land in order to make good and appropriate planning decisions. Here we've got a slightly different scenario. We're engaging an extraordinary discretion, and from my perspective, concept of ordinary and proper planning is not a constraint. It's something to consider the context, what you've got in front of you, and understand that sure, the Shire may have a particular understanding of what it wants to see in this location. However, in the context, and without dropping any bombs, Mr. Delahunty was a few bombs in there. The context of methodical planning and logical planning, progressing a scheme amendment with all the planning framework documents that go with it in a less than 18-month scenario is an extraordinary thing to do. And extraordinary in the context that there's an awareness of this proposal. There's an awareness of historical applications for development of a similar nature for this parcel and approvals for this parcel. So there's we don't think it's outside of the realms of orderly and proper planning.
Sure.
It's just on the SDRP. And the report that we've got in front of us says that it doesn't support the proposal in its current form, subject to sort of some key issues being dealt with. I just wonder if you talk around those key issues and if you think that the current scheme has been dealt with that or that hasn't gone back to the SDRP.
I'd say that that key issue remains the form and bulk and scale in terms of the supermarket being taken up to Pinjarra Road. I've said from a planning perspective, I think the response contextually is the right one. I think taking that bulk and scale up to Pinjarra Road, which is intended to be a gateway road in an emerging kind of urban suburban environment, isn't the right one, but there are a few other reasons why we've done that as well, that we haven't taken that approach, which was outlined as the preferred. So I might lean on Mason from an architectural perspective in terms of a few of the other operational components to that.
Yeah, sure. And I think as well, we found on that the site planning aspect as well, as touched on lightly, we were trying to make sure that we had all the activity on the Pinjarra Road side and not a car park facing all the residents on the northern side. We thought that was a more appropriate outcome to keep that separation. But also there were challenges in the site's geometry itself. Like there's a large chamfer in the southwest corner for the way that the parcel has been set up. So that one was probably the one where we then worked with the SDRP in terms of, well, if that planning is to remain like this, then what is the built form like? And from the last SDRP to where we are today, we worked a lot more on the pavilion building. So the pavilion building has gone through a few iterations. It started off with a community space and a bulk form towards the boundary. And then there was a discussion that maybe the community space was not protected enough. It should be more integrated in with the pedestrian journey and what have you. So we took that feedback on board from the SDRP. And so we separated the pavilion. We know that it's going to work for us in terms of potential tenancies and what have you. And so we were comfortable with providing a space which can then be an outdoor seating or sitting area and a direct connector through to the site from Pinjarra Road. There are level differences as well from Pinjarra Road to the acceptable build level for the flood issue. There's about 800 to a metre difference between the levels to get above the floodplain. So it is to get on-street development across Pinjarra Road itself is a challenge. So that's why the pavilion architecture actually works in our favour, because we can step up, step down where we need to manage those levels. And also with the SDRP, there was a lot of work through landscape and materiality. So we started off with one particular material palette that we moved to more real materials as the panel wanted. So we've got brick, we've got some textured render and what have you that mimics the buildings on the, well, not mimics, but responds to the buildings on the street. And we've got the planting plan as well. We've chosen appropriate species to context. So we feel that as we've gone through the SDRP process, that we have responded as best we could to some of the commentary that we received.
Yes, Member Moore, go ahead.
Oh, I just had two questions. You just mentioned that this particular development is going to provide an opportunity for further investment in the town centre. Can you elaborate on why that's?
Sure. We've seen that. Look, I've been working for Woolworths for probably a decade. And what you do find is that when Woolworths, or in some cases, another major retailer comes in and invests in a centre that is tired, that needs investment, it spurs on existing retail assets to reinvigorate their assets. And we've seen that across Metro Perth the last few years, where, you know, the owners or tenants, as a result of a new offering, have upped their game in terms of a retail offering, which I see as a planner as only a positive thing. So
just that I understand that argument when you've got proximity, well, you're within the town centre, but this is outside of the town centre. So it's slightly, usually there's a different argument, which is that it's drawing away from the town centre.
Yeah, and I don't say it's outside of town centre. We've walked this side a number of times now. It's less than 400 metres, less than that 500 metre, or sorry, that 5-minute walk. It is fringe for mine. So I don't I don't agree with the notion that it'll draw and detract. I think you've got a centre there that does okay, that potentially could do with some reinvestment. The nature of that main street is something very different to what this is. And that's something that we heard in the community engagement as well, that, you know, George Street does what it does. We need something like this. So I think there's upside both ways.
My second question, was that, so the Shire was given some example, sorry, it wasn't Shire, it was a previous presenter. There was some concern that the site might not be fully developed to provide all of the uses. What sort of guarantee would you give, or what is there if there is an approval granted, is there any mechanism that can ensure that the site is fully developed to what we're seeing today in the port?
Great question. Something I missed in my words. Yeah, the intent is that this is developed at one stage. So the pavilions will be done in one go. There's conditionality around that. I have seen that before. That is a little problematic. I probably lean on my legal friend around that. All we can say is, and Woolies have done it more recently on some, others have been staged, but Two Rocks is an example, that's kind of all going ahead. Clarkson was all done in one go. Bulls Brook is some of the Main Street pad sites have been done in stage one, and there'll be a second component here.
There's no pad site here. This is all getting wrapped up as one development. We're not carving this up, trying to sell up in it.
So if you want to condition us, go for gold. We're happy with that. We're committed to delivering a development in its entirety.
And just to reflect on the conditions, there are a number of conditions that relate to occupancy. And when you're talking about occupancy, you might be relating that to the whole site.
Thank you. Through the chair, just wondered if you take the opportunity just to discuss the treatments that you're proposing on the back of the residents.
Yeah, fair call. Mace, do you want to start with that, mate?
Oh, sure.
That formed part of your presentation. I also had the key question for me is about your interfaces with all of the residential.
Yeah, so I'm just.
So perhaps if you want to refer back to your presentation, that might help as well.
Sure. So I think I'm just looking at the pages, and we can go to the plan, all the perspectives. If we go to page, let's go to our landscape page, just trying to find it. There we go. So it's page 23, the presentation. Or 22. So essentially what we have out the back of the site. Oh, it's one to get up.
Are you talking about attachment to the development plans or your presentation?
Oh, the presentation itself, yes. Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Yeah, so you can see out the back what we have is it's the loading for the Woolworths supermarket in itself. The loading for the retail developers, the retail sites are on that little driveway towards the south. So what we've done, we're trying to the landscape is going to be looking to see how much of the existing trees can be retained versus which ones need to be replanted. There is existing drainage swale on the site around where that curve is, where you can see there's a truck nosing up in that area. So what we're proposing is just landscape and trees to buffer that, because there is quite a bit of depth to work in that space. Also, as mentioned, there's existing residential lots which have quite a deep frontage, which are intended to stay there for some time. So we think there is suitable amount of buffer there. And we should be noting this is not an industrial interface. It is a service block for a couple of trucks to come per day for deliveries, and the rest of the day it'll be primarily quiet. So that's why we thought it was an appropriate address to do this. This is not uncommon interface, and we think it is appropriate, and that all the large vehicle movements with even staff parking, staff come in and they go once a day. It's that parking is kept. All the active activity movement is on the Pinjarra roadside.
Thank you. I'm looking at page 22 of the, which is the development plans, and it does show, I think one of the keys raised by the Shire is faced with the Carey Street residents, where you do have
yep,
a row of trees, but you are taking traffic along residents. Could you just be interested to hear your comments on the space, and also when you spoke about the consultation that you undertook with residents, whether you did have direct contact with immediately adjoined residents about the interface treatments?
We answer the last bit first, if that's okay. I might lean on Fontaine. Certainly from my perspective, those residents attended the community open session, and there was definitely an element of positivity. But the overarching statement was that they preferred this than the vacant site, which is generating antisocial issues. Tom, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, so prior to doing our broader community piece, I actually went round to each of those houses, knocked on the doors and went and saw them all. And as Chris said, generally all positive. They're couple.
Just if you could just come forward just for the live streaming, because the microphone might not pick up from there.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, went and knocked on the doors of all of those residents and met with them. And the general consensus was it was a positive meeting with all of them. As Chris said, they were keen for something to happen there, and we're all for the Woolworths development, supermarket development. The couple of points that I did take out of it that they noted was one, and it was a very similar plan to this with the road going down, is that buffer zone, those trees. The comment was we would like those not too high and at a certain level because we don't want to have to trim the trees over our fences. The other comment was if that, the roadway going down there, we'd just like to see some speed ramps down there, some bumps to stop the speed going too fast. And they were the comments we received back from each of those neighbours.
So are you confident that interface provides the right level of amenity? I mean, speed bumps do create noise in and of themselves. You think that you've done enough to separate yourselves from the Carey Street residents?
Yes, we do. I mean, we have this interface on these type of developments quite often. Sometimes residents will actually prefer not to have a big landscape buffer because that's where people can hide in and do stuff within that buffer adjacent to their residence. With a small buffer, it gives that noise and protection from the site without being too much of an opportunity for some unpleasant activities to take place. So we think it's an appropriate balance of the two.
Thank you.
Am I able to interject? There might be. I don't believe we've got a delivery management plan as a condition. Someone can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe, and that's something we do regularly for Woolworths, and that can control. And this isn't a main service delivery zone, but it will have some delivery trucks. And what we do with Woolies is we do a delivery management plan that controls the hours at which service delivery vehicles can drop off, usually within reasonable working hours between 7 and 7, and that's something that can help in the context of noise and nuisance. We think the buffer is enough. We've had a conversation with these people. They want something rather than nothing, and maybe that might be something else that can help manage.
SDAU, just noting that there's a consideration of a delivery management plan by the applicant. Thank you. And then if you could just show us the interface for Roe Avenue, these issues that were sort of raised through design review. What is your current treatment you're proposing in terms of your materials and, you know, I know there was sort of discussion about glazing public art. Where have you landed with that?
Yes, if I may be worth going to the elevation for that. I was trying to find which sheet number it's on. Well, it's a very neutral facade we're proposing down there. So it's artwork on the exposed facade, and then we have a screen proposed for the, where are we? Where's the north elevation? So north elevation, yeah, if you go to page 31. So what you see there, the second and third images are of the north elevation. So the central elevation is the one which is seen from the street with minus the landscape buffer. So we're proposing artwork to be painted all on the exposed surface of the wall. And then the screening element, which will be covering the driveway of the dock, again, will be some perforated neutral tone screen, which will actually be a backdrop behind the landscape there. So that's what we're proposing. So the actual wall itself, if you look at the bottommost elevation is the actual wall, but that is all screened off behind the screen and trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you very much for your deputation. Just checking this now. Would you like a yeah, sure. I'm just going to have a 5-minute break. Thank you very much. everybody, welcome back to the meeting. We've just had a 5-minute break and we are now dealing with the non-confidential items for decision, items 3.1 and 3.2. Item 3.1 first is the Part 11B development application for the battery energy storage system at lot 9000 and lot 13 Patterson Road in Ravenswood. And we're joined by Paola De Perna and Jackie for this German apologies for this application. Paola and Jackie, would you like to make any comment in relation to the report, or would you like to go straight to questions?
I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, members. Any questions on this item?
Chair, just in relation to the item about the thank you for the response to the queries raised. But in terms of the final alignment, so that's yet to be confirmed and therefore it is also pending. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
And sorry, to follow on from that, and just to confirm, that land over which that is being imposed is under the same land ownership as the proposal. Is that also?
Through the chair, that lot is a separate lot and is subject to separate discussions to facilitate the easement over that lot.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Could I please have a mover and seconder for the item? Moved by Commissioner Lakey, seconded by Commissioner Adair. Do you want to speak to the item, Commissioner Lakey?
No, I think fine.
Commissioner Adair, any comments? Just say thank you very much for an incredibly comprehensive report. Appreciate that you've worked through the details in a lot of detail, and I did note that you have gone to lengths to deal with the Shire's concerns and that many of the issues raised have been either dealt with or conditioned. So I just wanted to note that. Is there any dissent? Thank you, that is carried. 3.2. Very much. So we're now at item 3.3, the Part 11B development application for a shopping centre at 48 and 52 James Street, 4 Row Avenue, and part of lot 5001 on Pinjarra Road in Pinjarra. And we're joined by Rachel Bridges and Melanie Young, and also Kira Clark. Thank you, Kira, for the reminder. Thank you very much. We've had 3 deputations on this item, and obviously some very different perspectives and views. Are there any issues that you would like to address arising out of the deputations that you've heard today?
Yes.
Thanks, Rachel.
In regard to the draft plan framework, it has been a relevant matter in the planning assessment, and some weight is recommended to be given to the draft amendment and limited weight to the draft documents, noting that documents have been advertised, have been considered by council, and are with the WIPC final approval. However, they are not imminent given timing regarding finalisation, and it would not want to preempt a decision of the Minister in regard to the draft amendment. Being used to provide guidance on the intent of the future framework, where the decision is to be made under the current planning framework. Design excellence is not required. Good design outcomes are required in accordance with SPP 7. Design has included some amendments which split the shops at the front of the site, installation of an art canopy, seating areas, inclusion of a green spine and additional landscaping. And conditions have been recommended to address amenity impacts from improved landscaping, artwork and building articulation. Amenity impacts are very localised and with pockets on Drain Street. Conditions have been recommended to address these matters further. Future amenity has also been considered, given this is indicated as being a mixed-use zone with some broad change in activity anticipated in this locality. Balance officers are of the view that in the broad terms, the site is located in the activity centre boundary where change is highly likely. With the proposed change to mixed-use zoning, given draft amendment 322, the population growth forecast and future demand for an additional supermarket / floor space in Pinjarra, the community supporting the submissions for an additional supermarket to service the community, and the benefits to the community in providing additional shopping and food services, including employment opportunities outlined in the net benefit test. In regard to the condition for delivery management plan, it's recommended that condition 9 be modified to include reference to hours of deliveries and waste collection.
Thanks, Rachel. Members, over to you. Questions? Yes, Member Moore.
Just a small question in relation to the whether it's appropriate to have a condition that the site can't be occupied unless it's fully developed as per the development. I'm just wondering if it's practical or not.
We could include a condition to say that no staging of the development is permitted without the prior approval of APC, but the wording of the conditions as recommended anticipates that it would be developed as one whole proposal.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions? Probably just for me, we did have quite a bit of discussion on the residential interfaces. Particularly the Shire was very concerned about Carey Street. We did sort of flesh that out with the applicant team just then. Did you want to add any comments in relation to that particular interface or the interface to the rural zone residents on James Street?
Yes, the Shire and State Design Review have raised the amenity concerns and safety concerns with that main backup house service in operations directly addressing James Street. It is predominantly residential R15, and as the Shire indicated, this is intended to say as residential R15 and lots adjacent. It is single dwellings. A minimum 6 metre setback is required in the current Pinjarra Activity Centre local planning policy, with the proposal generally complying with this, except for the proposed substation and the loading dock, which is set back approximately 2.2 metres. We have recommended conditions to seek to address amenity concerns further via the provision of high quality materials and finishes, public art, lighting, landscaping and acoustic and operational management. The design does propose limited landscaping to be contained within the site at this interface, and it is therefore dependent on the retention of that road reserve vegetation on James Street. So should the SBC form the view the proposal has insufficiently addressed the interface treatment along James Street, then it is open to the committee to include a condition requiring modifications to the site layout or the building as this. This could be facilitated by repositioning the footprint of the retail buildings at the rear of the site by moving them approximately 3 to 5 metres south. This could be an option to allow for an increased setback at the rear loading zone area, which would provide a landscape strip and may allow for the retention of some additional trees. This could be achieved on the site with a minor reconfiguration by removing some of the car park within the main car park area. This hasn't been discussed with the applicant because we were aware that the applicant didn't want to move the building to the front of the site. That has been a matter that's been considered through the design review process. This would require the building to be reconfigured and some internal vehicle access to be reconfigured and car parking, but it could be managed if that was considered.
Thank you. Probably the other one was that the applicant raised condition 25C, which is about the approved detailed design plans for the road upgrades to Pinjarra Road and the Pinjarra Road Avenue intersection to the section of the on advice of Main Roads WA. It does seem to be important that this, this is considered. Did you want to make any comment in relation to that particular condition, 25C?
Through the chair, people, myself and Kira will be responding. So there is no resolution in relation to the design outcome to be achieved in that location between Main Roads, the local government and the applicant. We're of the view that the proponent should contribute to that upgrade and the impacts of the development should be managed, but we haven't got to an agreed outcome given the applicant's position.
Yes, so the main point of contention and their proposed wording change by the applicant is a proportional contribution that's currently not supported by Main Roads. Main Roads wish to reiterate that the roundabout is certainly needed to support this development, ensure that the safety and efficiency of the road network is maintained. However, there's no funding or planned works by Main Roads in this location. The wording of the condition as it currently stands would still allow for further negotiation with Main Roads and the local government should the applicant wish to do so to arrange proportional funding, but at this stage, the wording proposed by the applicant is not supported by the department.
Thank you, Kira. Thanks, Rachel. Any further questions? Yes, go ahead, Member Palmer.
Follow on that, so just so I'm clear, Main Roads have acknowledged that the roundabout's required pre-development, as in now it's required?
No, to support this development. Right. Yeah, that's right. There has been identified in various different strategic planning frameworks, sorry for the chair, that it would be required. The local government has suggested that it would be required long term, but Main Roads have not had enough time for that. So eventually it may be delivered to Main Roads, but in order for this development to progress safely, that needs to fund it.
Sorry, Member Knight, did you have a question? Wasn't sure if you put your hand up, sorry. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Could I please then call for a mover and seconder for the item? Moved by Commissioner Lakey, seconded by Member Harmon. Do you wish to speak to the item, Commissioner Lakey?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I've listened intently to the discussions here today and read the documentation in detail. I think this project is going to bring much needed amenity to the community, and you can see that from the community engagement that happened and occurred. I am comfortable with the discussions from the proponent's lawyer, from the SDAU, in terms of the location of this can be considered for all intents and purposes within the town centre. It's only 380 metres away from what is perceived to be the centre, and half the site is on zoned land. I think it's on a main connector road, and I think very importantly is going to be delivered in one stage. And I think also, if this doesn't get delivered, I can see a long time before other amenity is actually provided. So based on all of that, I'm comfortable and to support this proposal as recommended.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lakey. Member Harmon, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll reiterate Commissioner Lakey's comments, but also I guess make comment. Community consultation and the applicants obviously undertaken their own, which is always pleasing, and it's probably helped result in, I think it was 83% in support, which is rare for a lot of development applications that come before us. 83% being in support. I think in the absence of echoing Commissioner Lakey's comments, there's definitely a need for another full-line supermarket. Granted, an Aldi is being proposed and may get supported, but I think there's room for both in town with the growth that they're going to experience. And unfortunately, there's just an absence of well-located, zoned and suitably large land within the town to do it. And I take on board the Shire's comments earlier around the proponents will, if of a mind, achieve that land assembly. And I think they've probably gone a long way to do that here. It's never a perfect science, but I think they've sort of, at least half of this site is zoned appropriately. For that reason, I've got no issue supporting this one.
Thank you. We do have an amendment in relation to condition 9, which I'll ask Sam to show on the screen. This is in relation to delivery timeframes. So it adds to 9 a new 9A1, 2, my apologies, that this that the operational management plan would also take into consideration hours of deliveries and waste collection. Is there interest in moving that amendment? Moved by Member Harmon, seconded by Member Knight. Is there any discussion?
I'm still,
We're just dealing with the amendment. Yep. Any discussion on the amendment? Any dissent? Thank you. The amendment is carried. We're back to the substantive. For any comments in relation to the application? Thank you, Member Moore.
Well, I plan to dissent. I don't think that this is an appropriate use of, I don't think it's an appropriate matter to exercise our extraordinary discretion under section 171R. And the reason being that my concern is that in order to approve, if we approve a large format supermarket on the fringe of a town centre in a residential zone, we can already see the impacts that we've all been discussing And so I think first of all, I am concerned that it will undermine the town centre core as discussed and feared for by the first two presentations. The second point is that I'm not satisfied that there is a need that will outweigh those negative impacts, which include in particular the adjacent neighbours, the neighbouring properties with a loading bay, which is I think it's 2-point-something metres away. I think vegetation and screening isn't something that we would normally rely upon in order to deal with these and other amenity impacts. And that's why under the scheme, it is an its-use, a large format shopping centre in a residential zone. The other part of the reason is that it's not supported by the SDRP for a number of reasons. And I think really finally, another big concern is the traffic impacts and the intersection upgrades that are required. I think at the very least they should be resolved before this proposal would be approved. So for those 4 reasons, I would dissent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Member Knight?
Look, I've heard both sides of the discussion. It's very comprehensive. I'm very aware of the growth that is in this area.
Member Knight, look, I understand the deep sentiments expressed around the room today, and the Shire gave a very passionate deputation about their views in relation to this development. And I take that on board. I think that it's important to understand that a lot of the issues that have been raised have been, have been some improvements through the SDRP process. I think that when we look at the advice provided, there were changes in response to that. I'm not saying that they were satisfied the full request of the SDRP, but I think that there has been work taken to address the residential interfaces, and for me that's been one of the primary considerations. The fact that the TIA will need to be updated, and that roundabout at Rowan Pinjarra, I do think that condition 25C is very important to retain as is, because that will be necessary to upgrade as a result of the proposed development. It is a secondary centre. It is happening in the fringe of that secondary centre, and I do think the treatment to the Pinjarra frontage with the single-storey street perspective is an important consideration, and I think that treatment has worked well. I do encourage the applicant to really support the conditions in place around additional landscape and additional materiality improvements, just to take some further consideration of those more blank interfaces to the surrounding residential dwellings. And I also do note that we have had quite significant support from the community in this regard. So, on balance, whilst I do think that this has required quite a bit of conditioning to get it to where it needs to be, I do support the condition recommendation. I think we've all spoken, but I'll just clarify in terms of dissent. Member Moore? Yes, thank you. Member Moore is dissenting, and I assume that's the only dissent, given that we've all spoken in favour. So we'll record that, and would you your reasons for dissent?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. That has carried. At this point of the meeting, we are moving to deal with our final item, which is item 3.3, the Woodvale Commercial Development. We had asked deputies to attend at 11:30 p.m. So in order to meet that time frame, we will just need to pause for 7 minutes just to make sure that everyone has arrived. So we will just pause the meeting. We'll be back with you at 11:30 a.m. for the final matter, the Woodvale Commercial Centre.
Small.
Check that.
I'm just counting.
Okay. No, it's still on it.
Yeah, we kept the situation.
Yeah, live stream. Make sure I'll hit.
Welcome everybody. We have resumed the meeting and we're now at our final item of business. The important matter with a large volume of deputations. That is the part 11B, lot 900, Wanneroo Road, and lot 803, Ancestor Retreat, Woodland Commercial Development Determination. And we do have 9 verbal deputations today, which is quite a high volume. But we do welcome you here. We're very pleased that many of you have been able to come in person today. I will just ask that as we move through the deputations that you do please keep to time given the volume of deputations we have today. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Sam.
Thank you, Chair. So the Chair's highlighted that time space. There will be a timer that will appear on the screen to count down the allocated time for the time you've been allocated to the presentation today. If you do have a PowerPoint presentation, this will also be displayed on the screen and you're requested to advise us if you wish to advance the slides. For those attending on Zoom this afternoon, or this morning I should say, when your deputation is conferred, you will be promoted to a panelist and you should accept that request in order to participate in the meeting this afternoon. So moving to the first deputation is from Raoul Grover. Raoul would like to join us just at the table, just in, yep, front of me there, thank you. We've got your PowerPoint on the screen. Over to you when you're ready, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, hi, my name is Raoul Grover and I live at 21 Woodvale Drive, directly opposite the proposed commercial site. If we could go to slide 1, thanks. When my wife and I purchased the block over 12 years ago, we did so with the expectation that we were building in a quiet residential area. The site was not designated as an activity centre within the city of Wanneroo, and if we had known a multi-storey commercial complex with large car parks, bright signage and heavy traffic may be built directly across from us, we would never have done so. But this is now our family home and we're deeply concerned about what this development would mean for our future. The second slide, please. Our property sits directly between the 2 entrances of the proposed site. Our main bedroom is out the front, meaning vehicles will queue just 15 metres from our bedroom window. We will be exposed to constant exhaust, fumes, noise and significant light pollution, including illuminated signage and glare from heavy vehicles such as fuel tankers and delivery trucks. The prevailing winds will carry fuel fumes directly towards our home and combined with smells from fast food outlets, opening our window for fresh air won't be an option. This is not a healthy or peaceful environment to live in. There is also a serious inconsistency in the operating hours of the service station, as on page 816, it mentioned the operating hours are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. On page 827, building number 6, it refers to a 24-hour operation. We deserve clarity on this discrepancy, as it's likely the operators will want longer trading hours to remain financially viable. This is not acceptable. The fuel pumps are only located approximately 70 metres from homes, when planning guidelines recommend a minimum of 100 metres. It is also deeply concerning that the childcare centre has been removed from the proposal recently, potentially due to health concerns about its proximity to the petrol station, yet no similar protection is being extended to the families who live nearby. Next slide, please. Proposed traffic changes make access into our homes unsafe and impractical. Residents will no longer be able to turn right out of their driveways and force into long detours through suburban streets, potentially including dangerous 3-point turns. In emergencies, this could be life-threatening. the most direct route to Joondalup Hospital will be compromised. With the current proposal, if there was another bushfire like last summer, we'll be forced to drive towards the danger and placing our lives at risk. Returning home will just be as difficult as slide 4 illustrates. We'll be forced to overshoot our street, make a U-turn on Wanneroo Road up to the Shell, and backtrack, navigating new traffic lights to simply access our own driveway. This is not just inconvenient, it's absolutely absurd. We are being barricaded from accessing our homes. Next slide, please. Finally, on behalf of the pensioner in our household, I want to raise a serious concern about the public transport safety and accessibility. With 2 lanes of traffic merging on Wanneroo Road, there is insufficient room for safe bus and bayment operation, which puts vulnerable residents at risk, and this must be addressed. With over 86% of the submissions in the Have Your Say opposing this development, I strongly urge the committee to listen to the community's concerns and reject this commercial proposal. Thank you.
Raoul, thank you very much for your deputation. I can provide you with some clarity on the hours of operation for the service station. The applicant is seeking 24-hour operation, and the significant development assessment unit has recommended as part of a condition that those hours be restricted from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. and that's a matter that the committee will need to consider today.
Right.
Does anyone have any questions for Raoul? Thank you very much, Raoul.
Next deputation is from Heidi Hardesty.
Hi, I'm Heidi Hardesty, the Deputy Chair of the Urban Bushland Council, the peak body of 90 bush care groups. UBC is opposed to this development. It is no longer acceptable to clear high-quality foraging habitat for threatened black cockatoos. The latest Great Cocky count shows the lowest number of endangered white-tailed black cockatoos recorded in 10 years, a likely indicator of real population decline, mainly due to the continued clearing of habitat for development. The Carnaby's Cockatoo Recovery Plan states that all foraging habitat on the Swan Coastal Plain is critical for their survival. In recent years, the forest red-tailed black cockatoos, far fewer in numbers than the Carnaby's, have moved into the plain in search of food sources. And the 23-24 drought and heat wave took its toll on seed production, causing unknown mortality in black cockatoos due to starvation. The cumulative impacts of losing this small patch combined with others are real. The proponent has failed to provide a model of this impact, but we know the consequences. In 2024, the EPA provided their advice to the minister, acknowledging that the clearing would result in further incremental and net loss of black cockatoo habitat, strongly recommending against the commercial land use of the site, and that alternative land uses be considered, which are less intensive and more appropriate, being next to the Yellowgongo Regional Park. Community uses, aged care, or high-density residential. Their advice included retaining vegetated areas for passive recreation and the threatened birds, especially the 3 types of banksias with their staggered flowering periods that provide a very important year-round food source. Please note, it will be near impossible to reestablish any banksias on the site post-development. The EPA also noted that local revegetation be done so there is no net loss of foraging habitat, mitigation that the proponent should be required to do. Many planning policies purport the importance of saving Perth's unique biodiversity, which is in crisis. It's up to this committee and the WAPC to follow these policies, show great leadership, knock back this proposal and conserve our threatened species and provide a healthier future for everyone. Thank you.
Heidi, would you like to just remain in case there are any questions of you? Members, do you have any questions of Heidi on behalf of the Urban Bushland Council? Thank you for your deputation.
The next deputation is from Guy Crow and Lauren Hampson. We'll just wait a moment. We'll just bring your presentation up. When you're ready, thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Statutory Planning Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Guy Crow, Chairperson of Friends of Yellowgonga Regional Park. I stand on behalf of our members and the wider community to strongly oppose the proposed commercial development. After reviewing the agenda documents, it is clear that this proposal represents major planning, environmental, traffic and community risks. Next slide, please. Buffer zone failure. This proposal places a large commercial development directly on the border of a conservation category wetland, the highest level of ecological significance in Western Australia, yet the buffer offered is just 30 metres. Every planning guideline from local policy to national wetland standards recommends 50 to 100 metres minimum, with many up to 200 metres. A road like Ancestor Retreat cannot be called a buffer, it protects nothing. At 30 metres, the wetland will be exposed to light spill, noise, stormwater, weeds, human disturbance, traffic impacts and irreversible habitat fragmentation. This buffer is completely inappropriate for the development of this scale. Next slide, please. Endangered cockatoo habitat. The site contains 1.5 hectares of high quality foraging habitat for Carnaby's black cockatoos, which are endangered. These birds are in steep decline and every patch of Banksia, Jarrah and Marri matters, yet no extended pre-clearing surveys have been done. There's been no search for roosting trees and no seasonal assessment of habitat use. Under federal law, clearing habitat of this quality requires referral under the EPBC Act, but the assessment completely sidesteps this, referring only to general habitat. This is a serious omission. Next slide, please. Stormwater and drainage. Clearing intact woodland and replacing it with hardstand will dramatically increase runoff. The agenda identifies 533 cubic metres of stormwater flowing directly into the Yellowgonga swamp system, a slow-moving wetland highly sensitive to pollution, nutrients and sedimentation. There is no local water management strategy, incomplete groundwater testing, and a proposal to add fill without any modelling. This is not proper planning for a wetland edge site. Next slide, please. Traffic and safety. Woodvale Drive already carries 8,160 vehicles per day, well above the recommended 6,000 vehicle limit for a local distributor road. This development increases that to 9,800 to 13,500 vehicles daily. This is a known wildlife corridor with frequent kangaroo strikes. More traffic equals more deaths of wildlife and potentially park users. The traffic impact statement also fails to assess heavy delivery trucks, fuel tankers and waste vehicles. This is not a safe or sustainable transport outcome. Next slide, please. Conclusion, too many gaps, too many risks. This application suffers from missing data, inadequate environmental modelling, no structured plan and cumulative impact assessment. It will destroy endangered cockatoo habitat, reduce wetland buffers far below scientific standards, increase traffic dangers, degrade a fragile swamp system, and it will permanently erode the character and ecological function of the Yellowgonga Regional Park. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application. Thank you for your time and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Guy. Members, over to you for any questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Herron.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I just wanted to clarify, in terms of the primary objection is in relation to the combination of land uses attributed to the site as opposed to development as a whole. I mean,
correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Guy.
Trouble connecting with our next deputation. So we'll just move to the deputation item 2.16, which is from Suzanne Apps. Suzanne.
Yes, Suzanne Apps, a resident of Woodvale. This is clearly an out of area site and it fails SPP 4.2. It will affect local businesses. There are already many vacancies contrary to the report, slide 2. Many centres are filled with short-term budget filler leases that only appear in weak markets. There are already 2 outers within 4 to 6 kilometres of Woodvale and the same for Pearsall, the main catchment. The idea that this centre will save fuel costs and reduce pollution is nonsense. Competitive pricing only works when outlets are co-located, and it's not. The claimed 2 kilometre separation between centres is misleading, as the vast area around the site is regional park and major commercial land and roads. There are multiple duplications across all categories: fitness, medical, convenience stores, takeaway and fast food. There are 7 food outlets in Villanova and 13 at Woodvale Boulevard. Next slide, please. There is no mention of the 2,500 square metre medical centre being built in Woodvale right now with 50% vacancies. Bulk goods belong in the vacant spaces in Wangara. It's completely inappropriate for a 3-storey self-service storage facility to be co-located with Kaufman House or homes for that matter. Next slide, please. The dwelling per acre is not 23.7. With 400 metres, within 400 metres of the site, there are only 108 accessible dwellings. It is a minimum of 1.2 kilometres by car to those homes north of Ocean Reef Road. There is no pedestrian underpass at Ocean Reef Road or Wanneroo. The one stated is under the slip lane only, which is useless. It's a 22-minute walk or an 8-minute cycle from the site to the homes, and you have to cross uncrossable major roads with no lights. The dwelling density is then 15.7 per acre and it fails the criteria. Slide 5. The 200 future dwellings are not planned, not assessed, not approved, and cannot be counted towards the dwelling numbers. Maybe there does need to be a structure plan after all. The site fails the criteria for accessibility by pedestrians and bikes. You can't really access from the north. The south have limited footpaths on narrow roads, and the bike path, like the trails from northeast Woodvale, are unlit, with fallen branches, kangaroos, turtles, and lots of snakes. Woodvale Drive to the west is over capacity and has no dedicated bike path. Slide 6. Woodvale Drive is used as a wrap round or a shortcut for travellers from Wanneroo, East Wanneroo District, and is already over capacity. Volumes have doubled since the opening of the Ocean Reef overpass. The intersection upgrade will allow ease of access for shoppers outside of the Woodvale area. It has nothing to do with benefiting Woodvale residents. The out-of-area centre will add a minimum of 2,000 extra vehicles per day onto the western side of Woodvale Drive. That's 10,000 vehicles per day on a local distributor road. The nature of the design will even add more through traffic. It will encourage and funnel drivers onto Woodvale Drive, cementing the shortcut, increasing the volumes to unspecified levels. This will have a detrimental effect on the amenity of our suburb and its residents. In my opinion, it is irresponsible to knowingly modify the intersection to justify the approval of this out-of-area shopping centre that will in turn increase through traffic on a local road that is already beyond the accepted safe capacity. If an out-of-area centre is approved, and as the applicant is already funding the intersection modifications, then a condition should be added that requires the applicant to fully fund the remedial works that will be needed on the western side of Woodvale Drive, including a roundabout at Trappers Drive.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your deputation today. And Suzanne, I'll just see if there are any questions for you. Members, do you have any questions? Thank you, Commissioner Herring.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Sorry.
Get out of here quick.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was just, you made reference to a roundabout. I just wanted to clarify where
Woodvale Drive intersects with Trafford Drive. That intersection has been, since the overpass has had a quadrupling of accidents at that site. One of the
Woodvale Drive on what road, sorry?
Trappers Drive.
Oh, Trappers. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There were no further questions. Thank you very much, Suzanne.
So move to deputation 2.15, we're welcoming Dot Newton via Zoom. Good morning, Dot. Can you see and hear us? I will just need you to unmute your microphone and turn on your video camera so you may participate in the meeting today. If you can hear me, I will need you to just unmute your microphone and turn on your video camera. You may participate in the meeting. I might just, oh, there we go. Where may? Oh, yeah, we just saw you briefly, Dot. You'll just need to, yep, turn your camera back on. Hi, Dot. We'll just need you to turn your microphone on as well. So there might be a join audio button, possibly, or unmute button. There we go. I think we've got you now. Can you hear us okay?
I can, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Over to you when you're
Sorry
ready.
about that.
No problem.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The community first became aware of the changes to Woodvale Drive area when a for sale sign appeared on the corner of Wanneroo Road. Residents later learned that the buyer had also purchased 20 Ancestor Retreat, forming the basis of the proposal for a substantial commercial centre, one never anticipated by the community when that sign went up. If approved, this development will significantly impact Yellowgonga Regional Park, a key habitat described by Trails WA pathways from Woodvale Drive into the wetlands is a haven for wildlife. Using the narrow road of Ancestor Retreat as a buffer is totally inadequate. Wildlife will still continue to use existing trails despite the increased traffic and noise, and we know what that will lead to. We are equally concerned for Cockman House, the first home built in Wanneroo and a state-listed heritage site. It has already been affected by the past roadworks. Ancestor Retreat was created to preserve safe access and to retain the rural ambience after the historic driveway was lost. It now supports a community garden and links to a heavily used path from Perry's Paddock. The proposal dismisses the surrounding bushland as remnant, yet no spring survey was conducted. Even single jarrah trees are protected in WA. The carnabies, the cockatoos, both red and white, have been observed on this site. Main Roadsters were warned that the rezoning could trigger major upgrades to Woodvale Drive, Wanneroo Road and Ancestor Retreat, including formalising road reserves, impacting local infrastructure, requiring new road layouts, retaining walls due to the topography, and bringing a regional road level that will impact the residential area. Of course, the residents that live on Woodvale Drive selected this location for its park, the local school, the church, a quiet area with public transport access. Most proposed businesses already exist nearby, and no demonstrating need has been provided. The City of Wanneroo stated quite clearly that they do not support the activity centre in this location, and neither does any community member that I speak to on all the committees and groups that I'm available with. On behalf of the community, I respectfully ask the committee, please do not support this application. It has ramifications going on that we can only anticipate. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't see a timeline on the screen at all.
Very well, Dot. Thank you very much. It's Emma Cole, Chair, speaking now. I'll just see whether there are any questions of you from the members. No questions. Thank you for joining us, Dot.
You're welcome.
The next deputation is from Martin and Helen Murphy.
Good morning, Martin Murphy, Woodvale Drive resident. My wife and I live on Woodvale Drive, opposite the proposed development. We purchased our home 5 years ago and love the environment and close-knit community here. We were shocked to find out by chance that an application had been lodged to destroy this beautiful location and replace it with a commercial development, supposedly supported by the City of Wanneroo, which was later found out to be untrue. The location is already well serviced by every type of facility. The fact that this proposal is still being considered by the Commission with huge opposition from 2 major councils and key organisations makes no sense to us. Neither do the proposed road changes along the east end of Wanneroo Road and Woodvale Drive intersection, already pre-approved by Main Roads, to install traffic lights with 2 lanes turning right into Woodvale Drive, which immediately merge into a single lane, is unsafe and will cause more holdups. The developers boldly confirmed that the development will almost double the high traffic volume. Surely this alone is reason to reject the proposal. Following the recent Ocean Reef Road overpass changes, southbound traffic that would have previously turned right onto Ocean Reef Road ended up turning right into Woodvale Drive, locally known as the Rat Run. Big mistake. And now with this new proposal, traffic will be further encouraged to turn right into Woodvale Drive through the introduction of the 2 right lanes. Shouldn't Main Roads be managing traffic to use key distributor roads like Whitfords and Hepburn Avenues? At these intersections, there's only 1 single lane for southbound traffic to turn right. And these are both distributor B roads with no homes and driveways. They're dual carriageways designed to accommodate higher traffic volumes. Woodvale Drive is not. It's a residential street with 2 schools. Can anybody explain the inconsistent traffic management logistics? In addition, Main Roads has approved the removal of the right turn from Woodvale Drive onto Wanneroo Road altogether. No consideration given to the Woodvale residents again here. The powers that be seem to be focused on accommodating an unnecessary development. Why? Can we please prevent another mistake? Here are some Sorry, I should have whizzed the slides. Here are some photos taken last week of the traffic jams on Woodvale Drive. All the cars are looking to turn left onto Wanneroo Road, and a small sample of recent traffic and pedestrian accidents on Woodvale Drive and at Wanneroo Road intersection, a well-known accident spot. Imagine the impact twice the volume of traffic will make on the queuing and the accidents. Is it just arrogance for planners and traffic management to approve and forge on with a concept thinking they know best, whilst ignoring and blatantly dismissing all the valid, justified concerns raised by the local community who actually know and live in the area and who will have to ultimately deal with the fallout of reckless decisions? We ask you to please listen to all the objections and use your power to do the right thing. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Much for your deputation, Martin. I'd just like to let you know that whilst we do have to go through this process, it hasn't been approved. An application has been lodged. The FPC must determine, and part of this application, that is whether we consider this approved with conditions, deferred, reduced. So that is the process that we follow. So just to let you know that we must follow that course once a development application has been lodged. But Martin, I'll now go to members for any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Deputation this afternoon is from the City of Joondalup. So we welcome Catherine Temple and Mayor Daniel Kingston in person, and we've got Danielle Bowler and Richard Green joining via Zoom. Can I just confirm, invite them to both attend via Zoom, or are they just observing this afternoon?
If there's any particular questions on traffic and environment,
I'll invite them in. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair and members. My presentation today will focus on key 3 matters, being traffic, environmental and out-of-centre development. As we've heard, this proposal will result in the installation of traffic lights at the intersection of Wanneroo Road and Woodvale Drive, and these works will remove the existing right turn movement onto Wanneroo Road that is relied upon by both City of Joondalup and City of Wanneroo residents. This will have a significant impact on vehicle movements and accessibility around the area, and will further increase the potential for additional traffic movements along Woodvale Drive and Duffy Terrace, as drivers that are wishing to travel south down Wanneroo Road will either need to make a U-turn north of Ocean Reef Road, or they'll need to divert via Duffy Terrace round to Whitfords Avenue. So that'll increase travel distances and congestion. It's acknowledged that the daily vehicle movements on Woodvale Drive are already in excess of the recommended 6,000 vehicles per day that's outlined in livable neighbourhoods. To address this, the cities of Joondalup and Wanneroo have designed some planned improvements to Woodvale Drive, which include the installation of a central median and some raised plateaus at some intersections. Whilst these works may improve the road environment for traffic, they will not reduce the traffic volumes, and it's noted that the proposed development is expected to add approximately an additional 1,000 daily vehicle trips. This is particularly concerning for the section west of Duffy Terrace, where a school and properties with direct driveway access are located. The development site is located approximately 30 metres from Wallabunup Swamp, a conservation category wetland which forms part of the Yellowgonga Regional Park. The development proposes a range of land uses which are considered to be incompatible, adjacent to and partly within the wetland buffer. Of particular concern is the proposed service station, which presents a risk of contamination to groundwater and the adjacent wetland. There are also concerns with the loss of vegetation on site. The environmental report identifies 31 trees with high retention value. However, it's proposed that 20 of those trees will be removed. The city considers that greater efforts should be made to retain native vegetation and high retention value trees, which provide valuable black cockatoo habitat, biodiversity and canopy cover. The city also notes the EPA advice on the MRS amendment to rezone the land to urban, which outlined the EPA's position that more socially and environmentally compatible land uses such as residential could be contemplated on the land in order to retain local natural and social amenity values. Less intensive land uses such as residential would offer greater opportunity to retain vegetation and minimise impacts on the swamp. This proposal represents an out-of-centre development for which there is no demonstrated need. The 400-metre catchment falls primarily within the Yellowgonga Regional Park, Road Reserve, the Wangara Industrial Area, and a small portion of residential dwellings. The limited residential catchment will draw patrons away from surrounding centres, impacting on established centres within the city of Joondalup. Thank you. I'll just hand over to the Mayor now.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. The proposal for activity centre uses at this site poses significant concerns for the community in Woodvale and questions relating to the application of the planning framework. There is a general presumption against the approval of activity centre uses outside of activity centres. Out-of-centre development may only be appropriate when it satisfies clause 7.9G of State Planning Policy 4.2. The proposal before you is not significantly separated from nearby centres. It does not have the required existing dwelling densities surrounding the site or accessibility to a catchment community and will generate significant private trips. Clause 7.9G of State Planning Policy 4.2 is clear. Out-of-centre uses are only appropriate if it minimises the need for private trips and in proximity of existing housing, the density that's in the planning policy itself. This raises a significant and obvious question. Where is the catchment? The catchment in this case falls within the regional park. Is it the reeds and the bushland that is going to be considered as the appropriate catchment for this activity centre use? And how can it be said that these uses minimise vehicle trips when it's proposed that they will have a significant generation of traffic for each of these uses? These are activity centre uses. It is a fuel station. It is a shopping centre that is being proposed here. Additionally, the advice provided by the EPA on MRS Amendment 1419, which was for this site when it transitioned from rural to urban, states, and I quote directly, "The proposed commercial land use is unlikely to result in the retention of environmental values and is not supported." Commercial on this site has not been supported by the Environmental Protection Authority. We've heard earlier today as well about the road traffic concerns as well. These are a direct consequence of the uses that are being proposed on this site, the out-of-centre uses. If these uses are not approved, there is the real potential that this site, looking at the local housing strategies for both Joondalup and Wanneroo, that this site can fall in a position where housing then becomes preferred on the site to address the housing supply issues around the state. There's no confidence or certainty that can be given to any matter in the development application that gives a suggestion that there will be medium or high density dwellings on this site. There is no structure plan. At this time, that is something that the developer has stated, but there is nothing to hold them to it, nothing that binds them to that. The City of Joondalup is ready to work with the City of Wanneroo and the proponents and with main roads to try and find an appropriate solution that takes into account the environmental, social, the traffic, and planning matters that relate to this significant site. So I'd encourage members of the committee to give consideration to refusing the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation today. I will open to members to ask questions of you. Thank you very much, Heron.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Just a couple of queries, and acknowledging, of course, that this adjoins the LGA as opposed to being within it. But obviously the intersection of Woodvale Drive and Wanneroo Road is a key component here. We have received advice from Main Road saying that the right turn is an issue regardless. Has there been discussions to date between Wanneroo and Joondalup regarding that intersection and potential modifications? Is question one. Linked to that is there was previously an issue raised around a roundabout at Trappers Drive and Woodvale Drive, and whether that has been considered. You have already addressed the issue that there are other modifications along, because it usually is speed as opposed to volume that tends to be issues with rat runs. So just wonder if you could expand whether that has actually been, whether it's planned for, whether it's scheduled, whether it's budgeted.
Sure, great. And what I will do, if that's okay, is I'll defer to Richard Greening, who's our principal traffic engineer, and Richard should be online.
I can see Richard online. Richard, if you can see and hear us, could you please turn your video on so you may participate in the meeting this afternoon?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right. To answer those questions and to the chair and committee, the city has met with City of Wanneroo to discuss the Woodvale Drive Wanneroo Road intersection and possible changes. There's been no discussion about whether any movements should be restricted at the intersection. And to be fair, it is a main roads road, it is a main roads intersection, so it's subject to any approvals and consideration by main roads in any case. The Woodvale Drive Trappers Drive intersection is currently a standard T intersection, dual carriageway 4-lane through on Trappers Drive. The city is giving consideration to modifying that intersection, but what modifications will occur at that intersection is to be confirmed and subject to funding. And the traffic management scheme being considered along Woodvale Drive is being done as a co-funded collaborative project between us and Wanneroo. It is aimed at closing in the road environment by putting a red asphalt part raised, part flush treatment down the road. There will be, at this stage, planned plateau treatments at the Panzano Circuit and Ancestor Retreat intersections, and a raised plateau treatment at the Woodvale Drive Duffy Terrace intersection. These are all aimed at trying to better control the amount of traffic speed-wise, and it could have an influence on traffic volumes, but it's subject to how the traffic will use the road and how the traffic will assess driving down that road once the treatments are in place.
Thank you. Any further questions for the City of Joondalup? No, thank you very much, Mayor Kingston. Catherine.
Thank you.
The next deputation this afternoon is from the City of Wanneroo, and we're welcoming Devekis, Daniel in Laura Gray and Amber Evans via Zoom this afternoon. Good afternoon, City of Wanneroo.
Hi there. Just before we start, we
are having, sorry, just before you do start, we are having a little bit of trouble hearing you. I wondered whether you might be able to turn your microphone up in any way.
Is that better?
That's a little bit better. It did certainly.
How's this? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Just switching microphones. Just before we start, we did submit a PowerPoint, but we won't be using that today, so we don't need to put that PowerPoint up on the screen.
Thank you. And over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Nick DeVecas. I'm the Manager of Approval Services at the City of Wanneroo. With me today is Daniel Sheehan, the Coordinator of Planning Services in the City's Cultural Services Business Unit, who will be discussing heritage. We're here on behalf of the City and remain strongly opposed to this proposal. Our position is grounded in a straightforward planning reality that centres must be planned. Structure planning comes first because it is what coordinates traffic, walkability, density, environmental considerations and heritage impact before development takes place. In this case, the centre is unplanned. There is no structure plan. The development is being advanced in isolation on urban development zone land, and the consequences are exactly what you would expect. It generates traffic issues, it results in environmental loss, it imposes built form that is incompatible with its surrounds, and it threatens the heritage values. It does not satisfy the requirements for orderly and proper planning. The state planning policy for activity centres sets 3 mandatory tests for out-of-centre development. We contend that the application does not satisfy these tests. The first is the net benefit test. The applicant's material accepts that the centre will draw trade away from the nearby centres, which would not occur otherwise. The net benefit test also claims that intersection upgrades are a community benefit. In reality, they are reactive works forced upon the network to deal with an estimated 7,500 vehicles per day generated solely by this development. Residents will face more congestion, more delay, and higher risk of movements as a result. The traffic and access impacts that flow from this unplanned approach are significant. Woodvale Drive already carries between 7,500 and 8,500 vehicles per day, despite Liverpool neighbourhoods suggesting the 6,000 vehicles per day is the desirable maximum. This development will push volumes above 13,000 vehicles per day. That is more than double. Residents would face detours and U-turn movements on major regional roads with limited opportunities for safe turning. The second test is the minimum density requirement. With the required 400-metre catchment, there are only 109 dwellings that are actually accessible. To claim compliance, the report relies on hypothetical future housing on adjoining land that is not zoned for residential purposes, is directly adjacent to a conservation category wetland, and lies in a bushfire-prone area with bow ratings of up to bow 40. There is no certainty that this land can support the level or form of development being assumed. The target is not met on the ground. The third test is walkability and accessibility. The mapping suggests 400-metre walkable catchment, but the lived reality is very different. Wanneroo and Ocean Reef Road are high-speed regional roads that sever the pedestrian movement. Yallagongga Regional Park removes the entire western catchment. The Wangara Industrial Area offers no residential population at all. The only means of pedestrian access from the north is an underpass located hundreds of metres away. Residents must walk up to 1.1 kilometres through indirect paths before even reaching the commercial tenancies. Environmental and heritage impacts compound those risks. At the MRS stage, the EPA advised that the site contains vegetation that provides habitat for threatened black cockatoo species, and that any future urbanisation should be informed by detailed structure planning. Instead, the development adopts an intensive commercial outcome that removes most vegetation. Even the 2 mature jarrah trees identified for suitable for retention cannot be guaranteed to survive, as the final levels and clearance to groundwater remain unresolved. What you see before you today is what happens when a centre is not planned. It fails the activity centre state planning policies required tests. It is inconsistent with orderly and proper planning, and it generates avoidable traffic, environmental and heritage impacts that do not provide a genuine net benefit to the community. I'll now pass you to our Heritage Advisor, Laura Gray, who will be discussing heritage impacts. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Cockman House is of exceptional significance to the city as the oldest remaining tangible representation of the earliest European settlement that took place on the edge of the swamp. The ambient setting and interpretation of the landscape context of Cockman House will be impacted by the proximity of the industrial scale and form of the development. Cockman House is fragile. It is a limestone construction encased in various renders, including concrete. It is built on a swampy acid sulphate soil on the east side of Walluburnup Swamp, as is the development site. No apparent investigations or management proposals by the developer are evident regarding acid sulphate soils. However, the city has already identified a moderate to high risk. Acid sulfate soils are described as highly acidic and toxic when exposed to air through drainage or excavation. Infrastructure contaminates water. Urban infrastructure built directly on acid sulfate soils that are being exposed presents a risk that structural damage will take place. The West Australian Planning Commission's 2008 acid sulfate soils planning guidelines include details of the impact of acid sulfate soils. Just to quote two principles from those guidelines, Principle 1, acid sulfate soils should be considered in all planning decisions to avoid potential adverse effects of the natural and built environment. Principle 2, disturbance of acid sulfate soils should be avoided wherever practicable. And it should be recognised that the technical management of acid sulfate soils comes at an economic cost. The vibration of the acid sulfate soils during construction of the development would have a considerable impact on the site of Cockman House. The Heritage Council's conditions, including a dilapidation report and program of structural monitoring, are less than adequate. The potential impact on the fragility of that limestone structure requires considerably more to ensure the integrity of Cockman House. Regular close inspection is essential throughout the construction period of the development. A consultative approach between the city and developers appropriately qualified representatives is essential to undertake frequent inspections and engage advice such as engineers as required. It is critical to collaborate to identify issues at the earliest opportunities and respond accordingly by the developer at no expense to the city, with a commitment to rectifying any damage under the direction of the city's representative. And hopefully we don't need to worry about any of that if this is declined. Thank you.
Very much, City of Wanneroo, for your deputation today. I will now go to members for any questions. Member Harmon.
Thank you, Chair. Just in regards to Cockman House, and I'll ask because we've got a heritage expert, is there any difference in risk to Cockman House and the structure between whether it's a commercial development as proposed or whether it was some form of residential, medium high density residential, which has been referenced in a few of the deputations so far?
It's really the extent of the development and the size of the buildings and the structure that would
We have just lost connectivity.
Impact great, significantly more than if you believe they do the proper. That's good.
Sorry, just
Sorry, City of Wanneroo, we did lose you a fair bit during the answer to that question. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind starting that again, thank you.
Okay, it's the extent and scale of the proposed development that would have a far greater impact than residential.
Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, through the chair. Just on following on that regarding Cockman House, is it correct that the Heritage Council provided support for the proposal?
That's correct.
In relation to Cockman House?
Yes, although they did put conditions on that, and that was partly about monitoring and having a dilapidation report and reporting any damage directly to the Heritage Council, which is kind of counterproductive because obviously we would rather know that straight away than the Heritage Council know that.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Herron.
Yeah, thank you for your deputation. Can I check, has there been any approaches in relation to structure planning over this site or broader district?
No.
Thank you. Further to that, can I just ask in relation to the issues, sorry, try that again, the lot that sits between the house and this particular site, I understand is in the process of being transferred to the City of Wanneroo. I'm just wanting to confirm or check whether there has been any plans done or what the intentions are in relation to the use of that land.
Yep, the understanding that we've been provided from our property services team is that it's intended to provide a landscape buffer to any sort of future development to the south of the site.
Thank you. And finally, if I could just also then check in terms of the items that have been raised around access, and obviously I did pose some questions to the City of Joondalup, but obviously it's located within the City of Wanneroo. The queries that have been raised, or the issues that have been raised by Main Roads are suggesting that the right turn movement will be an issue regardless of the outcome of this particular proposal. Can I just confirm what the position of the city is, or has there been any work with Main Roads about the intended future of that intersection?
Yes, so the city has, I guess, flagged the intersection already with Main Roads previously as a black spot. The right turn movement is not optimal, but the city is not supportive of banning right turn movements outright. So I think the city is more supportive of an alternative solution where right turn movement is possible. The city hasn't progressed with any sort of detailed designs though with Main Roads to facilitate an intersection that would allow a right turn movement.
Thank you. If I may, one last, regardless of the intersection itself, the treatment of Woodvale Drive along that particular stretch, there's obviously a number of properties that face onto that particular section. Has there been any investigation, proposals or work undertaken about how access will be managed going forward? Because I'm assuming that if there's any island treatment or otherwise, that there would be some challenges associated with that.
And just to confirm, in relation to your question, do you mean access to the properties across the road from the development on turning right onto Woodvale Drive?
That's correct.
So I guess the design of the upgrade to Woodvale Drive to sustain the development has only really been undertaken through this development application. The first iteration of the plans, I believe, showed a controlled access road to those properties to, I guess, provide a little bit more separation and potentially better access, but the traffic assessment of that outcome was determined to provide that as basically more of a rat run to skip the queuing that would occur on Woodvale Drive. So that was abandoned and the current arrangement has been proposed. There's been no further discussion about the detailed design of how to gain further access for this property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the City of Wanneroo? Thank you, Member Franklin.
Yes, thank you. In regards to the fairly recent gazettal of the MRS amendment that transferred this land into the urban development zone, there was obviously some raising of the planning issues that have been outlined today. There seems to have been an expectation that these be addressed as part of local structure planning. I take it that was your view going forward for what would happen in regard to this land and addressed by planning?
Yes, that is correct. It was our view that if the land was transferred to be urban with an urban development zone, there'd be a comprehensive structure plan prepared to deal with the area as a whole. That would address the issues that we've raised today.
And secondly, in regard to the land holding that is going to be transferred to the city, is there an expectation that that ultimately would be part of the Yallagongga Regional Park, or is that what is the sort of long-term planning intent for that land?
To my understanding, the intent is not for it to form part of the regional park. I think it's just to complement Cockman House and its, I guess, overall setting, to my understanding.
It's a very good question, Member Franklin. Is there an appetite from the city to see that converted, for example, regional open space? I know that we're working through a management order process with you at the moment, given that is APC owned land, it's owned rural. What do you see as the future of that land? Got the part, obviously it wraps around, it's got the part addressing ancestor retreat, but then you also have the back part where it's really facing up against the significant interchange infrastructure.
Yeah, no, we haven't gone so far as to assume that it'd be absorbed into the regional park. So we wouldn't have that, I guess, that prediction for you.
But in terms of you taking it on under management order, what is your plan? Are you thinking to use that as curtilage to Cockman House? Are you looking to revegetate it? Do you want to see that as active recreation?
Yeah, so I guess from the city's perspective, it would likely be curtilage to Cockman House.
Curtilage to Cockman House. Thank you for the clarification. Are there any further comments, questions rather, for the City of Wanneroo? Thank you very much for your deputation today.
Thank you.
The next deputation is from Tane Evershed, Isha Noon, Trent Plaskins, Tony Alakowski, Darren Levy, Mark Baker, Julian Tan, Julian Crudesy. And we do have a number of people attending on Zoom this afternoon, Tane. They are all sitting in my list here.
Yep.
They can all actively hear the meeting. Perhaps if you can just let us know at any point if you'd like any of them to be speaking or answering any questions, and we can promote them to participate.
If some of the team have questions, I might just throw to them.
Just say that if anyone does need to answer a question, if you could please come forward to the table for the purpose of the live stream. Thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Firstly, we support the officer's recommendation to approve the proposed development. With the exception to 3 conditions as outlined in our written presentation, we're satisfied the remaining conditions of approval are acceptable and can be implemented. We've had a number of deputations this afternoon which raise a variety of concerns with the proposal. Fortunately, these concerns reflect those made during advertising in March and April this year. I say this because the proposal before you has had the benefit of these comments and others from government agencies. And this has resulted in a better proposal with additional technical reporting ensuring all and any outstanding matters have been resolved. These matters include the requirement for a structure plan, out-of-centre development, traffic, environmental considerations, service station operating hours, and heritage considerations. Whilst we acknowledge there is no structure plan in place, this singular proposal has demonstrated it won't prejudice the future development of the only other urban zone lot in the precinct, which will have 2 street frontages. This has been achieved by addressing all the relevant planning considerations required by a structure plan for a development of this type. In fact, this proposal is the reason why clause 27(2) of the deemed provisions exists. Why prepare a due regard structure plan when the alternative planning outcome can be a development approval? In essence, a development application is better placed to resolve complex planning issues for a singular site, particularly if it makes up most of the development zone. In relation to out-of-centre development, but for the 1,100 square metres of Aldi retail floor space, the proposed development would not be characterised as out-of-centre. The net benefit test establishes this locality is well below the Perth average for supermarket floor space per capita. Furthermore, the proposed development has less than 4% and in most cases less than a 2% impact on surrounding centres, resulting in a proposal whose impacts are likely to be temporary with no long-term effects on the viability of other centres. This is reinforced by there being no small specialty stores that would impact the viability of centres. With respect to traffic, it is acknowledged the proposal will generate additional traffic on Woodvale Drive. However, the vast majority of this is confined to a 250 metre frontage between Wanneroo Road and Ancestor Retreat. The remaining traffic, estimated at 960 vehicle movements a day, will occur on Woodvale Drive, west of Ancestor Retreat. And to put that in context, that's only 2 cars every 3 minutes during the morning peak and 2 every minute in the afternoon peak. In relation to the Woodvale Drive and Wanneroo intersection, Main Roads has supported traffic signals and endorsed the intersection layout as part of the development proposal. I'd just like to add, there's been some comments about a right-hand turn
we wouldn't have any objection to that intersection being redesigned to accommodate a right-hand turn, controlled right-hand turn out of Woodvale Drive. In terms of environmental considerations, the advice received is that clearing of black cockatoo foraging and potential breeding habitat, including the 2 jarrah trees, would not have a significant impact on black cockatoos, and a referral under the EPBC Act should not be required. We have our consultant that can answer questions specifically with regards to that. As for the restriction on the service station operating hours, it's not warranted for the following reasons. Noise emissions are compliant for a 24-hour operation. Light emissions are managed by the design and can be dealt with through conditions of approval. Operational and management plans can deal with delivery times. And odour emissions in the evening and early morning will be minimal because it's well outside peak use times. And finally, but separate to odour concerns, the emissions report concluded there would be compliance for benzene at the nearest residential receptors. As to heritage, we support the proposed conditions which seek facade changes to the facade changes and landscaping to the northern boundary to address interface concerns between the self-storage building and Cockman House. We also acknowledge, as documented in the officer's report, the City of Wanneroo will retain lot 901 as a landscape buffer between Cockman House and the site. The retention of this lot for landscaping purposes will also assist in mitigating any perceived impacts between the development and Cockman House. Finally, the officer's report contemplates an opportunity for the proponent to undertake additional planting on lot 901 with the city's approval. We've previously made this offer and it still stands and can be actioned in accordance with advice note E of the recommended conditions. We believe these measures in combination can overcome any perceived impacts that the storage building will have on Cockman House, located some 70 metres to the north. So in conclusion, the proposed development has been subject to a rigorous assessment. Throughout the process, we've actively engaged with the SDAU officers, providing comprehensive responses to all their queries. This has also resulted in modifications to achieve greater tree retention and the deletion of the childcare centre. On balance, this proposal deserves the support of the SPC and we respectfully request approval be granted. The project team is here and online and able to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tane. Members, any questions for the applicant, Tane? Member Harmon?
I'll direct this one to Darren. The comment around the right turnout, obviously open to being retained, and the city's made a similar comment. There's a reason it's not part of the application. Is it possible to modify the intersection to retain the right turnout, in your view?
Yes, short answer is yes. We originally looked at this intersection on request from Main Roads after we had a very early meeting with them and asked the question about the intersection. The fact that it is already over capacity, there's accidents, it's dangerous. And basically we went away and we did what's called a TSAP analysis, which is basically looking at traffic signal approvals through the Main Roads policy, and it addresses all sorts of issues as to the need for it, the suitability, the road hierarchy, the accessibility requirements. And as part of that exercise, we looked at multiple intersection layouts. The policy requires us to look at whether roundabouts are suitable, traffic signals, etc. And we went through that whole process. We actually even drew up multiple possible layouts for an all-movement intersection. We did actually liaise with both the cities of Joondalup and Wanneroo at that time, and even back then their preference was for all movements. It actually wasn't just about the traffic, but it was also about the possible pedestrian crossing facility over Wanneroo Road, which obviously isn't catered for at the moment. From a developer point of view, all movement access would also be preferable. But Main Roads have been consistent throughout that they didn't want the extra impact on the Wanneroo Road traffic. And hence they instructed us right back at that early stage that they wouldn't approve a right turn out because as it's currently proposed, it's only the northbound traffic that will be impacted. The southbound traffic will have a free rein. And that was their reasoning at the beginning, and they've stood firm on that. And so hence, from an application point of view, we put it in as per the Main Roads advice, which was to have no right turn out.
Going to remember more and then come to you, Commissioner.
Mine was more of a technical issue, if I could run it past the chair first. Given that I am a member of the Heritage Council, and it's sort of slowly dawning on me that there's a statement that the Heritage Council provided support for the proposal, I just wanted to, and I haven't identified that as a conflict of interest initially. Is it appropriate, could I ask the applicant what level of engagement they had? Because at this point, I don't recall ever being involved in this project, which
I believe it was through officers, but we still
was it under delegation to officers?
But that's what the report states. So it was through officers under delegation, and in terms of their support, it's not for the development application. It's in terms of.
I just wanted to clarify, because as the agenda is written and this is the public-facing information, it does say the Heritage Council provided support, and I am a member of the Heritage Council.
I think that should be an impartiality declaration.
I think it should be, but I also wanted to just clarify that it didn't actually go to the Heritage Council. It was done under delegation. I would ask the officer of that when they come to the table, but is it worth asking that in advance or anticipating that as being a question?
Paola, I believe that's the case. Having read the report, do you have any further comment?
Through the chair, the response was under delegation by department officers. The matter wasn't formally presented to a full Heritage Council meeting.
We'll take your comment as a declaration of given that you're a member of the Heritage Council, but noting that this was not reviewed by the Heritage Council, but under delegation.
And then I will really, I'm just wondering now whether it's appropriate to be asking any questions in relation to heritage, or whether I should not be doing that.
Can't really tell you that. I mean, you've made your declaration of impartiality.
Well, I think just to be cautious, I think I probably won't ask any of those questions, but I just think we probably should have it minuted that I hadn't seen it.
Yes,
and I did fail to make that declaration at the beginning of the meeting.
That's okay, you've made it now, and that will be documented that you've made that impartiality declaration. Thank you, Commissioner Herron.
Yep, thank you for your deputation. And some of this relates to some of the items raised as part of previous deputations as well, which I just want to clarify. The EPA advice is part of the MRS rezoning, which obviously talked to an extent about land use. Just wanting to understand whether that was considered as part of the development of the proposal, and the extent to which vegetation retention, I suppose, informed the design process.
Yeah, I'll answer that initially. So look, a viable residential development on the site would require significant clearing of vegetation. So I think it's fair to say that an expectation that a residential development that would commercially stack up would require significant clearance of vegetation. In looking at the options for the development of the site, obviously there's residential, there's in an urban zone, there's residential, there's light industrial, there's commercial. They're essentially the three land use typologies that are suitable in the urban zone. As a residential proposition, it's a fairly hostile environment, I think I would say, because of the impact of the interchange on the land, particularly the parts of the land that they interface with Wanneroo Road. The opportunity for residential rests more towards Yellowgonga Park, and that's where we've identified a site for potential residential. So it's certainly an option we've preserved as part of the overall development of the site, but not this stage. The other land use that could be considered as light industrial, obviously, but there's a significant amount of industrial land use on the other side of Wanneroo Road. There's plenty of supply there. Light industrial land uses also have the potential to create amenity impacts as well on residents, and that would need to be considered, as well as impacts on the park. So ultimately, the decision was made to progress a commercial development on the site. Now, in terms of vegetation retention, the initial proposal that lodged essentially sought to clear all the trees from the site. That was raised as an issue by the community and the SDAU. So we went back and completely reworked the levels of the site at considerable effort to ensure that we could retain as many trees as practicable to facilitate this development. I believe we're retaining 27 trees, I think, on the site.
Just clarify, we're retaining 11 large trees that we had surveyed by an arborist. But then there's also, due to the level changes, there's an additional 16 that are in suitable locations, which can be retained as well. Yes.
There we go. Yeah, so thank you, Isha. So that we've been able to, through that, change the development to retain more of the natural topography. We've been able to keep those trees. And in addition to that, the development will plant a further 190 trees on the site. And that's a mixture of 37 large, 72 medium, and 81 small. And amongst that will include Jarrah, Marri and Chua trees.
Thank you. Through the chair, in terms of, there's obviously one of the conditions which you've queried was in relation to a Jarrah tree. Just wanting to understand the implication of that tree being retained, acknowledging the fact that it's being retained for aesthetic as opposed to environmental value in this particular instance. If you could speak to that. And secondly, in relation to the service station hours, noting the comments that you've made, but just if you could please outline in terms of what you would see as being the implications of the application of that condition, should it be retained?
In terms of the second Jarrah tree, we acknowledge it has aesthetic value, but from a commercial perspective, having additional parking outside that premises is preferable. We're also we've had the environmental advice that its prospect of in the future becoming a nesting tree for black cockatoos is highly limited because of the nature of the environment it's in. And thirdly, I spoke to all the other trees we're retaining on site and the additional 190 we're planting on site. Our view is that on balance, the work we're doing with the landscaping offsets the loss of this tree.
Sorry, through the chair, I just wanted to clarify. So is the retention of the tree considered to be fatal to the proposal or not?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the service station hours, could you just expand in terms of the extent to which you see that as being unduly limiting?
Well, what we're talking about is a service station that's essentially on a major road. One of the criteria for considering these sorts of service stations on major roads is to have them provide 24-hour service. In terms of the commercial viability, I don't know whether anyone else in the team can answer that, but from a planning perspective, our practice has been involved in a large number of service station approvals on main roads, and consistently they are 24 hours.
Thank you.
Yes, Member Franklin.
Yes, through the chair. Just touching again on the sort of selection of land uses that are being contemplated on this site, noting that you've recently dropped a daycare centre, so obviously there's some flexibility there. But yeah, have you got tenants at this stage? What has sort of driven the selection of the land uses at this point in time?
Speak to that. I mean, but as Trent grabs a seat, I can from a planning perspective, I hope I've answered the question around land use, because we looked at what the other options were in terms of site industrial, residential, or a commercial centre. So from a land use planning perspective, there's a reason why we've identified the site for this type of development. In terms of tenants and occupants, Trent may be able to provide some light on that.
Yeah, I can also, g'day everyone. I also can shed some light onto the selection of land use, because it was the first decision to make really 3 years ago when I purchased the land. As Tanya was saying, there's three options there. It's residential, it's commercial, or it's industrial. Industrial was never really an option in my mind. And it was very much a case of, and this is obviously always going to be subjective, but where do I see the most amenity and value to the broader community? We've got 55,000 new people coming in, or new houses coming into East Wanneroo, north of here, in the next decade or two. I very much saw an opportunity there to service people going to work and coming home every day up and down Wanneroo Road. And it was very much targeted, and it is still very much targeted towards people north and northeast of this development rather than west. With regards to residential, it was something that was considered, but as Tane spoke to with the on-ramp situation, it wouldn't be a fantastic outcome. But when we did look further into it, the advice we got from a bushfire perspective is that in order to actually build houses that fit under a BAL 19 rating, we would need to clear every single tree in that development in the first place. There is no other option. There is no way to keep one tree, two trees. And you've got a few, it creates a chain all the way through, and you can't, it's essentially a totally neutered site. You can't do anything from a residential perspective. So from a land use perspective, theoretically, yeah, making it resi would have been an option. But when I spoke to, and this was in deep conversation with our bushfire consultant, there's two of them, different ones we went to, they said, you won't get a resi development up here that will allow any trees to stay at all. And so commercial gave us more flexibility to do a lot more with it. With regards to the commerciality of it, the thing that I guess emboldened me the most with regards to that, because at that early stage 3 years ago, I was still figuring that out between resi and commercial. We've been hauled over by oversubscription with major national retailers, well, not retailers, brands, I should say, businesses who believe that this is a great place to set up shop. So we're holding back agreements for lease from brands like Grilled, Guzman y Gomez, Revo Fitness. The representative from Aldi is here today. We're more than happy to speak to the value of Aldi's versus the big two as well. With regards to competition, Aldi has been annoying me for the last 2.5 years, saying, when are you going to get this thing approved? Because we'd love to put our foot down in this area. Speak to that on the commercial side, Coles wanted this land, and we said, no, we don't think land banking more land for Coles Morworths is the best outcome as well. So I very much appreciate the concerns from the broader community on those sort of things. This has been our life for nearly 3 years now, trying to ameliorate what is a complex land use or location, and everything has gone into trying to ameliorate and appease those realities, but always in the face of the fact that I am getting repeated phone calls on a monthly basis is one from all of these brands saying, when are you going to be approved? We want to provide our service to this.
That number, I think we're sort of really focusing on the land use rather than the competition.
It was a combination, so thank you very much for so thoroughly providing that context to the site. Thank you.
Member Knight.
Thank you for your deputation. You've identified that there's 31 trees with high retention value, and you've heard from community how much they value that vegetation. Just wondering, are you going to refer this to the referral under the EPBC?
Have we got Paul van der Mosel on the line? defer to Paul to the environmental consultant.
Good afternoon, Paul. If you can see and hear us, can you please turn your audio and video on? I participate.
Got it, yep. Okay. So, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Thank you. You've identified that there were 31 trees with high retention value, and you've also from what we've heard from a lot of community that they very much value that vegetation. I'm just wondering whether you're going to consider the obligation to refer this.
To refer it under the Commonwealth Act? Two things on that. Firstly, the 31 trees were identified by the arborist, which is not necessarily to do with the black cockatoos. The black cockatoo habitat is really the two jarrah trees, which are potential breeding habitat. The 31 trees were identified by the arborist for some other reason, being nice trees, I assume. I don't know the full detail of that. I don't know if the arborist is online to answer that question. But the foraging habitat on the site is mostly she oaks, and that is only in this location foraging habitat for red-tailed cockatoos, not the Carnaby's white-tailed cockatoos. The Carnaby's habitat is a small area of Banksia prinotes, which is 0.2 of a hectare. So on the basis of the amount of clearing and the small number of breeding habitat trees, we advised that it wouldn't have a significant impact on the black cockatoos and a referral shouldn't be needed. So no, we won't. We've recommended not to. It doesn't need a referral.
Okay, just going to, Paul, while you're there, it's Emma Cole speaking to you. I just wanted to ask you about wetland buffer, given that that was raised by deputations today. Do you have any additional context you can provide in relationship to the extent of the wetland buffer to the Yalagonga Regional Park and the CCW?
Yes, the wetland buffer to the site varies between 25 and 35 metres, and within that is ancestor retreat. But perhaps I can refer you to the DBCA submission on the MRS amendment, and I'll quote from that. And this is directly quoting them. The buffer has been substantially modified by the construction of ancestor retreat. It is acknowledged that given the existing constraints of the site, the allocation of a wetland buffer within the development is no longer considered necessary. So that's DBCA's words, not mine.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Any other environmental questions while we're with Paul?
Not environmental.
Right. No more? Okay, I'll go to Ray and then to yourself, Paul.
Thank you. Just in relation to the point taken around structure planning, which is understood and accepted as a general principle. Obviously, part of the proposal does, however, have future development site identified, and whether there is any insight in terms of the future use of that land. And similarly, in terms of lots 126, whether there had been any engagement or understanding in terms of the intended future use of that site.
Yeah, so early days when we spoke to the City of Wanneroo, when we engaged in our due diligence phase, there was a level of interest in progressing this, given that the city hadn't done anything with it for a long time. So we were discussing what the options were. At that point in time, the manager was Greg Bowering, and Daniel was there as well. The discussion I had with them was, what do you think is reasonable in that location? They said, look, we'd be interested in standing up to 5 stories facing the swamp, or either residential or aged care, or a mixture of both, with regards to the density in that location on the western side. And we probably, or from a commercial perspective at the moment, given most apartment buildings don't stack up, we're very much open to that. I think that would be a fantastic outcome, which would be complementing the walk score of the commercial side, but also the storage when you downsize and you want to store things. So the whole idea we've got is that we'd like to be able to have people downsize with very minimal downsizer options in the area, given the zoning, have an outlook west towards and over the swamp, and have aged care, which is in dire need as well, up to the height limit that the city gives us. And we're not super wedded to that. That was just what was told to me 2.5 years ago.
Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, through the chair. A couple of questions. Some of the deputations this morning were residents referring to the interface. And I'd just like to get an understanding of your thoughts on their concerns, particularly the residents that are right opposite the proposal. Things like light, noise, so inability to come out of their drive and turn right at this junction. And I have another question on the junction, just if you have an opportunity to respond to that.
Might get to maybe Darren to talk about the intersection or the access issue first.
Yeah, the access is an interesting one. When we first started looking at the access arrangements, and I think on my memory, the plan that's actually contained within the traffic report still shows a service road treatment along that southern side. And from a traffic perspective, we still believe that's the best outcome. It would be, ideally, it would be a one-way service road. It would have an opportunity at the eastern end to turn left and right into the service road, feed along the front of all those residential dwellings with access into their properties. And then at the western end, just shy of the intersection with Panzano Circuit, you could have a left and right turn out of the service road, which would give full accessibility to all those lots. In response to that plan, there was some reaction which was fed back to us through the process, which I believe came from the city and then through the SDAU officers, was that residents feeling that they were losing parking. Now, in actual fact, the what looks like parking bays along that frontage of Woodvale Drive, they're actually there for reversing bays. Given that in the planning, Woodvale Drive has acknowledged it was going to be above the sort of 3,000 vehicles a day limit that has, unrestricted access to and from driveways. And so those lots have been planned and constructed with a driveway and a bay on the sides, which allows a vehicle to reverse out of the garage into that reversing space and then exit in a forward direction onto the busy local road. So it's actually not parking bays that are lost if we go down that path. But the plan that we prepared from a traffic recommendation point of view was for a service road. Through the process, we were asked to provide an alternative that removed it, and that was the subsequent plan that was put in, which I believe is the one that's in there at the moment. From our perspective, I personally believe the service road is the best outcome. The other one does create some issues. They're not insurmountable issues, but they certainly would create difficulties for the residents at certain times, where the service road treatment would solve those problems.
Yeah, and in terms of the interface from, I guess, noise light perspective, first of all, there's a proposed condition 10A and B, which seeks operational management plans to deal with, in particular, how those uses that front Woodvale Drive conduct themselves. So that would ensure deliveries and other activities related to those businesses occur in a way and at a time that doesn't disrupt the amenity of the residents across the road. Our noise management plan or acoustic assessment also confirms the suitability of those uses, in particular the service station and its ability to operate 24 hours a day. It's been deliberately designed so the fuel bowsers are as far away as possible from Woodvale Drive to that design assists in mitigating some of those potential amenity impacts. Similarly, those design. So address issues of light spill and again, operational management plans and relevant Australian standards to do with light spill can manage and mitigate those issues.
We've also, through the design review process, installed or proposed significant tree planting along that boundary as well. It would be the greenest centre that's been approved, from my understanding.
Follow-up question, just for clarity on the road again. I think when you were talking about the right-hand turn out of Woodville, now that is irrespective of this proposal, that there's no proposed right-hand turn.
The initial work that we did was simply looking at the existing situation, and the fact is right now that the right turns at that intersection don't work. They don't meet any of the requirements, and there are safety concerns. So basically something has to be done. And the issue was talked about closing the right turns completely. It could be made into a left-in, left-out intersection, but that has issues in the sense that this is an important connector road into the whole of Woodvale. It's one of only five roads into the whole suburb, and it's actually at the moment the third busiest road accessing the whole of the suburb of Woodvale. And there's very heavy movements to and from the north, in and out, not so heavy in and out from the south. And that's where that whole discussion. There's bus routes. Bus routes use Woodvale Drive to the north, and so they use the right turn coming in. And that's where making it a left in, left out basically wasn't an option from a functionality point of view for the whole of Woodvale. So that then led to, well, the whole discussion about traffic signals, and that's where it went from there. Now, the interesting thing at the moment is that during I think it's during the PM peak, for example, the figures in here show that there was like half a dozen vehicles turned right, and that was it for the entire peak hour. Basically, it's because you can't. So obviously, during those very busy times, traffic is already finding another way. It's already doing it because it's possible to turn, it's dangerous to turn. There's a few more do it during the AM peak hour, and obviously throughout the quieter times of the day it does happen. But at the busy times, and just to put it into contrast, I think there was several hundred vehicles are turning left out of the intersection. I think it might have been 9 that were turning right out of the intersection at those busiest times. So from that point of view, looking at the numbers, it is logical, and certainly from a main roads point of view, it was logical to say, well, we don't really need the right turn out. Let's get rid of that. Let's deal with the traffic movements that are the strong movements, which is to and from the north. And that way it's a compromise all round. That was essentially the main roads view. I guess the important thing to just put out there is that that was for the existing situation. So irrespective of any development on this property, that's simply looking at the existing traffic flows, the existing delays that occur at the intersection. And that very first TSAP report that was prepared and eventually approved by Main Roads is that intersection needs signalisation now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, members? Thank you very much for your deputation. We appreciate you taking the time to answer all of our questions today. Noting that we have also received 15 written deputations. Of those, 14 are against the recommendation. The majority of those being from residents, but also included within those is the Wanneroo Historical Society and the Woodvale Baptist Church. And there is one written deputation in support from Saros Holdings. Members, I just want to check with you, do you need a 5-minute break before we continue? It's 5 minutes. Yes, okay, 5-minute break. Thank you. Sorry, we've been going since the box. So. Thank you very much, everybody. We've just had a short 5-minute break. Now we are dealing with item 3.3. Deputations have concluded. And this is part 11B for lot 900 Waterloo Road, or lot 803 Ancestor Retreat in Woodvale, commercial development for determination. We will hear first from the Significant Development Assessment Officers, Paula De Perna and Veronica Martin. Thank you very much. You've heard the deputations today. I'll to you for any comments before we take questions from you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to highlight a number of matters, in terms of the structure plan, as the report lays out, clause 27(2) of the deed provisions does provide a mechanism for the Commission to consider and approve a development application in advance of the structure plan, subject to it not being in conflict with the principles of orderly running and does not prejudice the overall development potential of the area. The Department's assessment has considered the matters under clause 16, as well as the State Planning Policy 7.2 for precinct planning. And on this occasion, in the context of this application, considers the matters of themselves capable of being addressed through this application. However, it is open to the committee to consider the information in form of view that they haven't been suitably addressed and could form the basis of refusal. There's been a lot of discussion in regards to the intersection changes of Wanneroo Road and Woodvale Drive. The department did seek clarification from Main Roads through the State Referral Coordination Unit and advised that the intersection is not functioning and the right turn movement out of Woodvale Drive is not safe, regardless of any additional development from the development site. Upgrades for the intersection are currently not included in Main Road's 4-year forward works plan, and there are no immediate plans for this intersection to be upgraded or modified, aside from what is being proposed through this development application. Throughout the application, there was discussion in relation specifically to the intersection, and in June there was a meeting with department representatives, both local governments and Main Roads, and for technical reasons there was a general understanding or acceptance that right turn movement should not be considered. However, as we've heard today from both the cities of Joondalup and Wanneroo, they've maintained that right turn movement should be facilitated. Pardon me. In terms of the design process and considerations that have been given, as was pointed out by the applicant's presentation, a traffic signal approval process has been initiated with Main Roads. A stage 1 consideration has been issued for a no right turn out of Woodvale Drive. However, a stage 2 TSAP approval is still required, and that will involve the engagement and consultation with both local governments in regards to finalising the detailed concept design as part of the next stage of that process. Pardon me. In terms of concerns regarding the traffic assessment, we did hear earlier that there were concerns that the traffic assessment didn't break down the vehicle types, the public versus private vehicles. To the extent of modelling and the way that modelling is undertaken, as I understand it, there's no mechanism to distinguish a public vehicle versus a private vehicle. However, the traffic impact assessment has considered fuel tanker, semi-trailer, medium rigid vehicles for fast food outlets, caravan and rubbish access routes and swept paths, and that's been contained in the traffic impact assessment. There was discussion with regards to bus embayment. The PTA does require bus embayments be provided along Woodvale Drive to facilitate both safe access and servicing within the community. There were a number of design concepts that were considered. However, no design for the bus embayments has been supported to date. There is a condition requiring the bus infrastructure to be provided to the satisfaction should the committee endorse or approve this application. To highlight some of the environmental aspects that have been discussed, regardless of any decision made under the Planning and Development Act, the obligations under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act remain, and they will continue to apply. The obligation remains for the applicant to satisfy these requirements outside of any approval, planning approval process. In regards to the conservation category wetland buffer, we note that whilst a portion of the buffer, if it was to be applied, notwithstanding the earlier commentary, was to be applicable, that it would affect the future residential or the future development site of lot 803, and doesn't actually project into the portion of the development that's the subject of this more detailed development application. The department's assessment has identified the preference or the need to retain the two jarrah trees, the comprehensive rationale and the need for minimal redesign or placement of that fast food outlet has been comprehensively addressed in the report. In regards to acid sulfate soils, advice that we've received is that the best mechanism for acid sulfate soils is to be managed through the construction management plan. The construction management plan is required prior to the commencement of any development. The site is identified low to moderate. As I understand, the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation only provide specific advice for early engagement. Beyond that, only in high-risk acid sulfate spaces. To highlight, there is some commentary in the report relating to the bushfire management plan. I note it specifies that a condition has been recommended requiring an updated bushfire management plan. To clarify and for any avoidance of doubt, the assessment has considered the advice provided by the Department of Fire Emergency Services. And whilst the BMP does speak to a method 2 assessment, an assessment has been undertaken through the department and it's satisfied that the BMP is acceptable and no further updates to specified. In that regard, I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that you've worked through a number of the things that were raised in deputation, so that's very helpful. Members, do you have any additional questions of the SDAU team? Commissioner Heron and then Member Franklin.
Thank you very much for the report, which is obviously very comprehensive, and appreciate the complexity of the issues at play. And noting your point around, I suppose, the issue particularly around structure planning and the DA being, I suppose, able to be dealt with independently, I'm wanting to query, in terms of the future development site contained within this DA, there is not an ability to condition the future use of that, is my understanding, in terms of it going to a residential use, would be question one. Secondly, in your view, would the nature and scale of the development being proposed likely further promote that site and the corner site potentially being more suitable for commercial rather than other residential uses?
Through the chair, in terms of restricting or nominating the type of activity on the future residential site, I would be advising that at this point there would be limited ability to impose a condition specifying, given that it would be subject to a separate application, notwithstanding the lot forms part of the application itself. In terms of the types of activities that could occur on this site beyond what is currently proposed, the land is currently urban development zone. The scheme doesn't identify any permitted or preferred uses or prohibited for that matter. And so to that extent, it would require development application to be submitted and assessed on its merits at the time of which that assessment or that application is made to determine the suitability in the context of the uses already existing, if the site is already in existence, or otherwise.
Thank you.
Member Franklin.
Yes, there's been discussion on the provision of a service road to partly ameliorate the sort of impacts on access along with Woodvale Drive. I would say, would it be true to say that at this time the development application really cannot be conditioned to actually trigger that or to make that happen because it's beyond the bound of the site?
Through the chair, the changes or the modifications to Woodvale Drive triggered by this development application largely relate to the intersection modifications at Woodvale and Wanneroo. The slip lane modifications, as was highlighted in earlier deputations, have been the subject of discussion. That would be subject to a separate approval process of itself. The development doesn't necessarily trigger the need for the modification along those lots. They could function as they are today without any specific modification to that extent. It would be subject to that separate process should those landowners be supportive of a reconfiguration.
And secondly, in regard to local structure planning, talk about, isn't there an ability within a local structure to provide a kind of scheme of land uses that would be contemplated on that particular land holding? And to introduce certain controls in that respect?
Through the chair, a structure plan is a due regard instrument. So whilst it is due regard and could provide or give indication of preferred or intended land uses, it could not set out something that the scheme would in terms of permissibility. So to that extent, yes, a structure plan could highlight a number of uses that could be preferred and contemplated, but it would still need to be embedded into the scheme in terms of definitive permissibilities.
Anything further? Very much, appreciate that. So we'll now move to consideration of the item. Members, what we have before us is a recommendation from officers. We also have potential procedural motion for deferral. That would then have to come after a movement of a motion, so that would not be a first item to move. And we also do have an alternate motion prepared for refusal. In order to move through this in an orderly way, I'll first give opportunity to the officer's recommendation. If that lapses, we can then move on to other considerations. So I'm just testing for a mover and seconder for the officer's recommendation. Moved by Member Harmon, seconded by Commissioner Lakey. Right, we have a motion that is live. Please go ahead. Would you like to speak to it, Member Harmon?
Yeah, I really struggled with this one. I'm torn. And I was probably not overly supportive initially, but going through a lot of the information, when I tease out the key issues, they're almost applicable in my mind, regardless of the form of development. So we're sitting here contemplating a commercial development, clearly, and there's been a lot of talk about a preference or a possibility of a medium to high density residential development. I mean, but when you run through the issues in terms of clearing, for example, it's probably worse under a residential development scenario based on what we've heard today. The traffic is an issue today already, and so it's probably not much worse between whether it's commercial or residential. The impacts to Cockman House are there regardless of whether it's commercial or residential. And hearing from the city earlier around their intentions for Lot 901 and being retained as vegetation for curtilage of Cockman House probably gives me an added level of comfort. And if it were to go to residential, location-wise, it's not a great location for some form of residential. It's sitting in the middle of an awkward sort of really high traffic interchange, and is probably not the first place you'd look to for some form of residential development. And so when I balance all of that, and in the context of the application that we actually have before us, I probably tip towards supporting it.
Commissioner Lakey.
Thank you, through the chair. Very similar things I echo to Member Harmon. It is a very tricky one, but similar to Member, I do agree a residential development would have a similar impact or worse impact in terms of clearing the intersection as well. I'm comfortable with the net benefit test as well, and I think that has been satisfied to my liking. I'm also comfortable with going to a DA in lieu of a structure plan based on information provided by the SDA too. I think the level of detail that has been presented by the proponent. I'm mindful of the SDIP, the review panel and the government architect's comments supported with some conditions. And also listen to the environmental consultant and the discussions around EPBC. I appreciate those comments and set them on face value based on the being 2 trees, and also the buffer to the existing wetland. I see that being no different to residential development. I really respect the concerns of the residents and the impact. But on balance, I look at this land, which is very constrained, very restricted. I think in terms of the use and the amenity that will provide, I'm supportive.
Members, any further discussion? Heron?
Thank you, through the chair. And I similarly struggled with this, and it has caused significant internal debate. And I find myself drawn to certain principles in relation to the site. And I need to be clear that the feedback from the community is generally part of the deliberation, but it can't be a decision by pure vote, because otherwise it would be quite impossible for us to deal with a whole range of things. However, it's about the legitimacy and merit of the issues raised and how or if they can be addressed. My challenge with this particular one is as much around the inability to look at the site as a whole in terms of the precinct, and that is the lack of a structure plan. I fully appreciate you don't have to have a structure plan to deal with the development. However, particularly where there are gaps in relation to this and the adjoining land, I feel that the provision, even though it's only a due regard document, the lack of a clear direction for the remainder of the precinct provides me with a level of concern that the likely outcome will be the entire precinct becoming commercial, and maybe that is the appropriate outcome, but we then need to consider it in that context. I do feel that although and again, controversially as it may be, that the clearing of a substantial portion of the site is going to occur regardless, because there isn't any significant environmental protection applied. So therefore, it is about what is the appropriate balance of uses and development to offset that impact. And that is where I do see that residential has the distinct advantage of providing a certain amount of activity overlooking and interface to both the heritage site to the north as well as the regional open space to the east. I have specifically sought to have an alternative motion around deferral on the basis of, depending on what the outcomes came from today, whether there was simply an issue of gap of information that needed to be provided in order to enable a decision to be made, and there, depending on the views of others, that may well be the case. However, I have tended to land more so in terms of that those issues have been clarified to the point that they can be, and that it would just be creating more uncertainty And on that basis, I would foreshadow the alternative motion 2, depending on the outcomes of the deliberations on the current motion on the table.
Thank you. Commissioner Adair.
Thanks, Chair. I have to say that, yeah, I think all of us have struggled with this one a little bit because it's very complex. There's no question that this has been through a thorough process, both through the rezoning process and through this application process. However, and with this may be the best and highest use of the land for this site. But based on the current information, it's my position that the proposal doesn't represent a suitable and beneficial addition to the Woodvale locality. And I'm not convinced that there is a balance of commercial opportunity and responsible planning outcomes. For me, there are too many outstanding issues that I believe should not be addressed through conditions. They should actually be addressed. And I don't believe that a deferral would actually get us to that point. I concur with Commissioner Heron in that regard. I mean, I just think that there's just, in my mind, too many impacts and too many additional concerns for me to support this at this time.
Thank you. Members, any further comments? Yes, Member Franklin.
Yes, I acknowledge that this has been through an extensive process, and majority of the planning issues have been explored and to a certain extent have been addressed as conditions of approval. But I do believe some of these planning matters are beyond the scope of the development and need to be addressed in a more comprehensive manner, which lends itself to a structure planning process. And I also note that the MRS amendment, when it eventually transferred this land to urban development, had that expectation for those planning matters to be addressed, and that those matters we explored further and addressed as part of that process. I'm therefore leaning in that regard, if this motion should not proceed, to look at our refusal of this application in preference to a structure planning process to be undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, members? No? Okay, I'll speak to it. From my perspective, I just want to acknowledge that there has been a very high public interest in this matter. And I'd like to acknowledge the 1,463 submissions that were received. I just also want to note that there were some requests through Commission support to actually have a localised public meeting for this particular application, and I hope that you can understand that we do seek to accommodate that wherever possible. But given that we had a very large agenda with 3 significant development matters to deal with today, and some significant statutory instruments and land use planning matters, it just wasn't possible for us to accommodate that request. But we have been able to accommodate all people in person today, and of course we live stream and record our meetings, and we're very pleased to have deputies attend in person today. I think that one of the key issues for me is the MRS amendment, which with that change from rural to urban development zone, that does fundamentally change the characteristics of this site, and as a result a significant change will occur. And that goes to issues like tree retention, it goes to the issues about interface, it goes to the issues about traffic. These things by nature will have to be intensified because of that change from the rural zone to the urban development zone. And I do have empathy for Raoul, who spoke first about buying into that situation 21 years ago, and the expectation that that is when you look across the road. I have been out for a site visit. Obviously there are some very nice trees to look across, but I do just need to reiterate that that MRS Metropolitan Region Scheme amendment that changed the zoning of the land to rural to urban development means that it is perfectly appropriate for applications of this nature to come forward that will make changes to this site, will bring with it traffic, will bring with it a different interface, we'll see trees removed. That's par for the course. I've considered the structure planning issue, and I do believe that the DA has gone a long way to consider the proposed development in terms of its future and current context. There's been a lot of discussion on the Woodvale Drive interface and the traffic issues. There's been a lot of discussion about the mix of the land uses, the future potential dwellings, and it has looked at things like waste disposal, deliveries, it has looked at environmental impacts, tree retention, landscaping. These are all of the sorts of matters that would ordinarily be considered through structure planning. It is a singular development across the site, although noting it is happening on separate lots, but that does also deal with that issue that we often see in structure planning around fragmentation of ownership. Look, in terms of the net benefit test and the out of centre development, I have been satisfied by that test, and I think that it has been able to demonstrate that any impacts on other centres will be minimised, and that this is not offering specialty shops, and the Aldi is actually a small line supermarket. I've also given a lot of consideration to the land uses around the storage, the warehouse facility. And what I come to is really that issue of the interchange and what really is suitable at the rear there, because you know, we are actually looking at some pretty heavy infrastructure when we're considering the interchange at Wanneroo Road and Ocean Reef Drive. Thank you very much, Commissioner Adair. So I have considered that. I do believe that it's not the responsibility of Lot 901 to be, you know, providing you know, the whole entire buffering to Cockman House, and I do think that there are some changes that could be made to provide additional landscape and removal of any signage to the north, and the SDAU did prepare some conditions to deal with that. But I think it's also important to note that the SDAU has also pointed out that if we accept the net benefit test, if we accept that this commercial development can occur in this location, then all of the proposed land uses are either permissible in the commercial or service commercial zone. And I think that is a really important factor. The service station did cause me concern, and I did contemplate that proximity to the residents on Woodvale Drive, but I have to acknowledge that the applicant has placed the convenience store at the street frontage to buffer, and some of the features like the rammed earth features do I think add to that effect of treating the Woodvale Drive interface. I think we've fleshed out in great detail today the Wanneroo Road and right turn matter and various views about that, but with main roads operating that road as a primary regional road, ultimately that will be main roads decision, and they have indicated at this point that a signalised right turnout also is not supported. And I understand that there'll be further discussion, but I do need to note that main roads will have a final say on what happens on that primary regional road. But I understand the importance of that access to Woodvale, and I think that point's been made really well by the residents and by the city. The interface to Cockman House has sort of been discussed a lot in terms of what the Heritage Council has requested in terms of structural monitoring. Signage has been minimised. We've talked about environmental matters today and tree canopy, and I think it's important that that we have had that discussion about clearing of canopy, whether it's commercial, whether it's residential. So while I understand this is sort of coming down to some very diverse views in the room, I don't see that we have sufficient grounds to refuse the application. We'll be open if other members thought it would be helpful to assist them in any future deliberations to consider a deferral, but I think we'd have to be incredibly clear on what it is that hasn't been answered through this very thorough assessment of what we are seeking, what we would be seeking further consideration of by the applicant. So I think where I'm landing is that I don't believe there's sufficient grounds for us to refuse this, but if members do feel that they need further information, I think we could consider deferral on being very clear on what that information is that we would need to inform our decision. Any further comments? Okay, is there any procedural motions? Okay, I'll put
Just clarity, do we have for us, do we have a foreshadowed motion?
Have a foreshadowed motion for refusal if the recommendation before us is unsuccessful. Yep. So it looks like I'll have to put that to the vote. So all those in favour? All those against? That is lost.
With the chair. So if have advice from officers prepared an alternate motion for refusal, and taking on board the references made, I would highlight that a commercial component is understood will form part. I do think that the primary.
Excuse me, I'll just get a seconder for the refusal. Member Franklin, thank you. Yep, sorry, go ahead.
No worries. The need for the structure planning, and as I sort of say, I understand that there is times in which that would be an appropriate pathway to take. I remain concerned in relation to some of those outstanding matters that I would consider to be able to be managed through such a process. The deferral, although considered, I felt may provide more issues around uncertainty, hence why I've provided the motion. Would you like me to read it out, or?
No, I think we'll just put it on the screen. Everyone would have a copy of this in front of you.
Video of the screen, may I request that the mover actually does read out the motion?
Yep.
There are some people that can't see.
Certainly.
Thank you for testing my public reading skills, but to the best of my ability, that the Statutory Planning Committee resolves: A, note this application is capable of being determined under the applicable planning instrument being the City of Wanneroo District Planning Scheme number 2, and it has been considered and determined accordingly. And B, under section 171P1 of the Planning and Development Act 2005, to refuse development application reference SD-023-24 and accompanying development plans date stamped 25th of November 2025 for commercial development at lot 900, number 567 Wanneroo Road, and part of lot 803, number 20, Ancestor Retreat, Woodvale, for the following reasons. 1, the development is inconsistent with the principles of orderly and proper planning. The proposed development has not demonstrated that the structure planning considerations specified in the Planning and Development Local Planning Scheme Regulations 2015 have been adequately addressed. Consequently, the development risks prejudicing future planning by enabling ad hoc land use and creating uncoordinated planning across land within the urban development zone, and failing to appropriately manage the interface with Yellowlonga Regional Park and Cockman House. 2, the proposed development is inconsistent with State Planning Policy 4.2, activity centres. It has not been demonstrated that this out-of-centre development will avoid adverse impacts on surrounding activity centres with the established hierarchy, within the established hierarchy. Specifically, a rationale for the centre has not been provided, and the application has not adequately demonstrated that the proposal will not undermine the capacity of existing centres to provide services to their local communities, and will not duplicate functions accommodated or capable of being accommodated within existing nearby centres and zones. 3, the proposed development is inconsistent with State Planning Policy 7.0, Design of the Built Environment. The proposed bulk and scale of the built form, combined with the lack of vegetation retention, detracts from the overall visual quality of the development. The extensive hardstand areas, building mass, and height of the development, particularly self-storage units, are not appropriate to the site's context and have the potential to adversely impact upon the amenity of the locality, particularly Cockman House.
Thank you, that was quite a mouthful. Well, that's been moved and seconded. Do you wish to speak to it, Commissioner Heron?
Thank you, through the chair. As mentioned, this was not something which I fully concluded in my mind until the discussion that occurred today. I would highlight that that there is an acceptance that there is going to need to be land clearing attached to this proposal, as was outlined, that given the site is zoned for development. I would also accept that a level of commercial/retail component, given the site's location, is likely to be inevitable. However, that is ultimately the combination of scale and extent of development that's being proposed, combined with unreconciled components associated with the adjoining land, both within the site and adjoining the site, that to me has led me to the conclusion that it is not appropriate and therefore the refusal is proposed.
Thank you very much. That was seconded by Member Franklin. Do you have any comments, Member Franklin?
I think I've already covered it in my previous.
Yep, thank you very much. Any further comments? Any dissent? That's carried. Thank you very much. The refusal is carried. So for those joining us in person and online, the development application for Wanneroo Road and Ancestor Retreat Woodvale for the commercial development has been refused by the Statutory Planning Committee. That concludes our business for today. Members, we do have urgent or other business. Please flag with me if there's anything you should raise, which that needs to be a confidential session. Otherwise then, I will thank you all for your attendance today. Thank you to our team for joining us online. It has been quite a meeting and we really appreciate all of your patience as we've worked through the items today. I close the meeting at 1:49.